Uh, Pay no attention to the fact that I am also on 7
Good
days to die.
evening, ladies,
I
lords,
am...
lasses, and all those in between. It is I, your humble dungeon master, the Deathly Shad, here with his lovely little player base, who should be here and not playing other games right now.
I'm standing watch. There is some, like, naked dickbag trying to break into our base.
Look, that naked dickbag,
It's not getting
will-
into our base.
he will always be there.
No, he won't, because I'll keep
Hopefully
shooting him.
not.
Look, just
Yeah, I am
charge
that
him.
naked dickbag.
I am literally standing, not doing anything. If he shows up, I shoot him, and then I continue playing the game.
Okay, look, here's what you do, Vox.
No.
You fix bayonets, and you charge him.
I have
Just
killed
as
this
the
man no
founding
more
fathers
than
intended.
25 times. He never comes with anything but a shovel and an axe. He hits the side of our base maybe once or twice. I shoot him and he comes back. I'm the only one on right now. There's someone going to relieve me of duty soon. Fix guns around our base to shoot dummies like this away. But until then, I'm not doing anything. I'm just standing here.
Like I said, affix bayonets and
I will
charge
say-
the ruffian. Just as
I'm
the
a
founding
sniper.
fathers intended.
And I have a machete as well. I've used everything on him.
I'll be right back right quick.
All right. Anyway, so with that little tirade out the way, Percival, say hi to the people.
Hello! It is I, Percival, the angriest small.
All right. Agathar, say hi to the people.
Hi, I'm naked and afraid.
Are you the one charging the base with only a shovel?
Apparently
No.
so.
You
Apparently
know
so.
what? Wouldn't be that hard to believe.
I know what you're talking about.
Next up, Francois, say hi to the people.
Hello. I am worrying that my little brother has charged in naked and afraid.
And look, don't worry about him. He'll be fine. He has
My-
a little buddy.
My big sister senses are tingling, and they're saying he has done something incredibly stupid.
All
It's like,
he's
look, as
done-
long as he doesn't go after Raymier, he'll be fine. It's
He-
flash cut,
He rolled up, stole some water, and I shot him.
Look,
which was
all-
very rude, by the way.
all he's done. All he's done is just made friends with a slime lady. Don't worry about it.
I'll be
I'm sure he'll be fine.
You gave my cat away like it was yours.
Okay. The cat had to take the L for me.
Don't worry.
Someone did.
That cat's gonna be taking a bit more than L's here in a minute.
Gross.
She's a slippery one. She just needs to not be dissolved.
Soren, say hi to the people.
I'm kind of out of balance, but I'm regaining that balance by playing Truth or Dare.
Ooh, how adorable!
Are you out of balance because you're suddenly top heavy?
And
Oof.
Something like that.
oh,
The DM did say I was stacked, so
yes, you are a stacked shouty, as some might say.
Noise.
but I haven't shouted yet.
I said, shh, never mind.
Vaelyn.
Vaelyn, Vaelyn,
Hi.
are you? Yeah, say hi to the people, Bobby.
Hi everyone. My asthma is currently kicking my ass. I just took inhaler, so
Okay,
if you hear
You've
me
been
disappear-
unvegetabled.
please don't
Yeah,
die.
If you hear me disappear, I have been nauseous all day, so if I don't answer for a while, I'm not at the computer.
You died. Got it.
Okay. All right. Well, here's hoping that we can at least, get through this next section without anything untoward happening.
Yep. So just thought I'd give that heads up. I just couldn't get that heads up with the backup game. So
No, that's fine. So with all of that in mind, let me get to the introduction. Let me finish adjusting things real quick. So, when last we left our adventurers, Agathar the Kobold Necromancer Percival, the halfling divination wizard, Rensoir, the rabbit folk monk, Soren, the rabbit folk samurai, and Vaelyn, the rabbit folk cleric, the fire and chaos surrounding it. Oh, never mind. Hold on.
He forgot his notes. He forgot what happened.
Oh, no. My notes were slightly jank.
He didn't forget the notes. The notes were just wrong.
Okay. The fire and chaos surrounding all of them proved to be a vision of the future that Percival was witnessing. With the fire
Nope, I was in the future, turned it back.
With the fire never having happened, the crew
Nope.
managed to scare away the guards before their friend Raphael put them all to sleep and helped them escape. Having reacquired some of their gear and freed themselves from the magic restricting bracelets, they followed Rachel to a nearby bar, and then further inside to a secret hideout of a resistance group known as the Shimmering Veil. However, as a consequence of assassinating a guard captain, the defenses of Fort Providence were turned on, and they were disallowed from teleportation magic. While within the particular base for this Shimmering Veil, Agathar was handpicked for a mission to scale one of the Debt Lord's gilded towers and take pictures of the shield generator above, hoping to find a weakness to exploit within the anti-teleportation device itself. However, this tower also happened to be the home base of a Raymier, the man who had caused the party so much strife earlier. But Agathar continued on regardless, seeing this as an opportunity to recollect Soren's weapons, Migi and Hidari. Managing to scale his way to the top, Agathar bluffed his way past the guardian of the shield generator, Amalia, a strange slime girl-like creature that was a little dull, and made his way further into the Debt Lord's tower. And that was where we left him, as he realized his little friendship bracelet was actually a piece of her. As she went, "Hello, how you doing? I'm following you for food."
Horrifying.
In the meantime, as payment for attempting the job, Raphael used Greater Restoration to cure Vaelyn's feeblemind spell, only to inadvertently cause whatever magic was holding his memories to fail, and return them all at once, sending him into a coma-like state. While the rest of the party played Truth or Dare. When will Vaelyn wake up? What will he remember?
Probably after first there.
Will Agathar find those twin blades, or will Raymier find them first? Or will Raymier find him first? Who knows? I don't. Let's find out today as we return to the Rains of Vitrium. Ooh. A moment as I blow my nose again. Okay, I'm back. So, Vaelyn, we're gonna start with you this session. You find yourself adrift in a black void, floating aimlessly, as if underwater. You feel weight pressed upon you. And you feel as if you can't breathe properly. Your whole body aches and hurts. But somehow it's getting better. Yet, within this void, you begin to see lights flicking on. One far off to the left, another far off to the right. And then more and more just and you find yourself surrounded by small square lights playing before you like images, playing before you like film reels, as they go from being stationary to flickering around you in a circular motion. The lines jumbled together and unsortable in your mind. You see flickering images of a gray Orictali man lifting a very young, almost like, I'd say 2-3-year-old Vaelyn onto their shoulders and happily giving them a piggyback ride. You see images of a much younger woman tilling the fields and planting seeds. You see images of a mirror reflection of yourself. A young girl who grins and smiles at her brother. The two of you play with toys. And then you see others of a table in a dark room. A collection of tools, hammers, mallets, pliers, instruments of torture being used on both yourself, your sister, and your mother by your father. You see images of a younger Lana, the two of you hanging out as small children, and then as older teens. You see the smiles of your youth fade away into a blank nothingness of teenage years. And all of this is just kind of at once. Until you hear... And... I mean, you don't really hear anything. Well, no, yeah, you do. Until you hear the flapping of large wings. And the light is blocked out by a large raven that slowly circles the entire upper area and slowly spirals down until they land on what seems to be solid air. But for you, it's just more liquid you're floating within. They stare down at you. What do you say?
Vaelyn will just stare back from them and to the reels, but just back and forth. Closes his eyes and just sigh. So you're the one that did this? Yes, no?
It responds, no. No did this. And with a flap of its wings, You hear not. You don't just visually see these reels passing by, you hear their audio just jumbling and mixing together and just filling the air with a cacophony of laughter, of jokes, of a lifetime worth of words and, well, screams and pain and happiness. And then it clicks its beak once, and the sound turns back off. And then it speaks again. Not one that did this. This was product of someone else, rather.
At least I'm starting to understand in bit now. It's someone that I know.
No. No one you know.
Maybe for another time.
This one doesn't know. But this one can maybe help. And with another beat of their wings, they adjust themselves, and then they press their taloned foot into the ground itself, into this watery substance. And they hook it around you, and they just pull you out. With like this popping noise. You find that weight on you is just gone. Your bones no longer ache. And you hear blue words kind of rush and fill your mind. And you hear the phrase, "Skill restored, adamantine skeleton."
In Izakai now?
And,
What does that mean?
well, your bones stop hurting. And you remember the night you gained that skill. It was about a year into your torturous bone cracking that you gained a new skill. Durable frame. That was when your father had to stop using his hands to break your bones, and instead started using mallets and tools.
That would explain why I began starting to train in the war pick. Subconsciously, I suppose.
Then you
Trying to tell me
recall
something.
reinforced skeleton turning into durable turning into reinforced skeleton, in which he started using sledgehammers and mauls. And then reinforced turned into adamantine. After 3 years of having your bones broken over and over and over again. Do you want to go back to the beginning? This jumble won't go anywhere without being sorted through.
I'm not really sure. Part of me wants to understand the past. Part of me that remembers. Part of me that forgot. Telling me that past brings nothing but pain.
Knowing the past can bring healing.
Sometimes healing, sometimes pain. More often than not. Either way, all leads to suffering. Whether of oneself or others. Something right quick. If I don't draw my fucking dice. Vaelyn will close his eyes for a moment. And just let out a deep sigh. Take me to the beginning.
The raven nods. And
For those watching, I rolled a d20. I got a natural 1. Off to the past.
Meet me at church.
Hooray, active development.
so,
Forced upon you.
this giant raven lifts themselves up off into the air again, and their form seems to get smaller, as if they were retreating in frame, as if they were flying away. But then they fall back down as a much smaller, like normal-sized raven. They land on your shoulder. To the beginning we go. And the film reels of your mind, of your memories, just shuffle and shift themselves about until they reorganize at a start point. At which point they kind of wrap around you, encircling you, before they start moving. You see the first few years of your life. You were apparently born with a twin sister. Not completely uncommon for Orictali, but a little bit rare. At least about as rare as... Give me a minute, I have to put a dog away.
Excuse me, I have to put a dog down. You mean away, right?
Yes, of course.
Intense bashing noises in the background.
It's like you meant away, right? Sure.
Something
Sure,
like that.
I did. If that's how you want to phrase it, sure.
yeah, sure. And the sounds of a flamethrower going off.
I rolled my DM dice too.
Even they're like, okay, come on, bro.
You can't hold back forever, man. You gotta.
Look, you gotta give us something.
I was doing pre-rolls for the backup game, and is rolling nothing but higher than 15.
Yeah, well, because
Okay,
that's
I'm back.
not important.
So, yes. You return to the beginning. You were born with a twin sister. The two of you looking almost exactly the same, except she's a girl, you're a guy. That's the only difference.
So she's flat.
Yes, she
She is edgy.
Oh man.
Surprisingly, no.
I mean, being tortured for years on end will do that to you.
The
You don't
two,
remember?
The two of you, grew up very close to one another. Like, exceptionally close to one another. You were perhaps the best of friends. You shared each other secrets and various things. You even had a code language that you could speak to each other in. And your father, contrary to what memories you were having flashbacks of him for, was a very loving and caring man. Often taking his children to various zoos and various, druid gatherings, magical shows. He was a cleric, a healer, one of the life domains specifically. And you don't really remember, you never really found out what particular god he worshipped. And your mother was a farmer. She was a low-tier druid that, tilled the land and, homemade all your food. And life was peaceful. You met Lana around the age of 4, and the two of you kind of, hit it off fairly quickly. Although she seemed to be a lot more in tune with your sister being girls and having their girl talks and stuff like that, but they would often include you in those. Just because of the closeness of the two of you as siblings. Your childhood was idyllic. And eventually Lana was even accepted as just another child they had around the house. And around the age of 6, 8, you noticed that your father started becoming a bit more withdrawn. Apparently his work had taken a small turn. There was a new mentor that he was working with, and he was having to deal with a lot more gruesome cases. Cases that he only talked about in hushed whispers with his wife, that you overheard small details about, but he was still a happy person. He still tried to bring joy to his kids' lives. And around the age of 8, when the three of you had finished building your treehouse, the very one from your dream, from Lana's dream, that's when things came to a abrupt halt. Your father, he came into your rooms one night, and he was covered in blood and viscera. He had this hollow look in his eyes. And if you'd like, Vaelyn, roll me a perception check.
Perception.
13. Something happened to him, but you're not exactly sure what. But what you do know is what happened next. He stared at the both of you and said, You two need to be stronger than you are. You need to be more. And I know how to do that. Go to sleep. I'll talk to the two of you in the morning. And he left the room, closing the door behind him. The two of you talked back and forth about what he might mean. Your sister a little bit more scared of the situation than you, but despite how scared you are, he had to put up the visage of the older brother that was protective of his younger sister, even if she was only a minute your younger. The next day, he took both of you into the back room, into the basement, one by one, and he broke your bones and fixed you. He seemed like a man possessed. There were no smiles, there was no joviality to him. All of it gone. Just grim determination. Determination to make you guys stronger in any way he could. After 12 hours of breaking and fixing everything, he simply takes you off the table and lets you outside. Go play with your friends now. And not a word. This is training for your betterment. Only through strife can we grow, can we level. And as your sister tries to follow you outside, he grabs her arm and pulls her screaming back into the building. You bolt after and try and stop this, but he just kicks you in the face and throws you down. Soundly defeating you as a child. You pound at the door, trying to get in, but you can't. You go and you try and find Mother, but when you do find her, you see that she is covered in bandages, in wounds that are still healing. She is laid in her bed, unable to move, unconscious. It's a nightmare, a waking one. And by the end of the day, you're just thankful Lana didn't come over. And so begins the longest week of your life. A week to get used to a new routine. A new routine that simply involves you and your sister being horrendously tortured. There is no other way for it. There is no other word for it. You are tortured. And your father seems uncaring. For him, this is just business as usual. Confusion slowly turns into hatred. And every night that week, the two of you wind up crying in each other's arms. Trying to rationalize the pain that you've been through. After a month, you just become numb to it. It still hurts, but you're becoming resistant. And it's back when you finally settled into this new routine that Lana shows up again. Looking at her, you see that she has some of the same wounds on her as you do. The three of you talk and hang out. And after retreating to your secret hideout, it's revealed that her father has been torturing her as well. And she doesn't know why. But the two of you keep silent about your treatment. But, alas, secrets between friends are hard to keep. And so it goes on for a year, and then another, and then another. 3 years of the same treatment, just in different varieties of growth, of gaining, of different skills, of different abilities that are just there to help ward off the horror that you are having to be put through. Skills that you feel being restored to you. Pain tolerance. The ability to close off your mind and simply let it wander while your body suffers horrible disfigurement. And eventually, a link between yourself and your sister. A shared psychic connection that allows the two of you to talk to each other and comfort one another even while the other is suffering. Your mother has to stop farming because her body aches so much every time she moves. And your father, at the same time, just remains uncaring. Around the time you reach 11, you see someone visit the house. A cowled figure that simply strolls up, knocks on the front door, and when your father opens it up, you see the first flicker of emotion in his face that you've probably seen in years. A flicker of fear, of knowing. And he walks outside with the figure, and the two of them discuss things. The cowled and hooded figure in question being a very tall individual, lanky looking and whatnot. Not sure if you can make a check related to this person. Probably not, though. 2 seconds.
100, 2, 100, 3, 100, 4.
Allergies. Gotta love them. But beyond all of that, Your father does return back into the house, and things resume. Except there's a bit more mania in your father now. He has a bit more of a motivation to continue things than he seemingly did before. It isn't just grim determination now, it is a set desire to fulfill his work. And then, one day around the time you were about to turn 12, another figure comes by. This one's short. And your father does go out to approach this person as well. After a few minutes, an hour of discussion between him and this smaller figure, he returns back in and points at you, Vaelyn. You're going with someone. You're going to get stronger. And you do not want to leave. So, he picks you up, scruffs you by the back of your neck, and just throws you outside the house. Once outside, as you try and rush back in, a hand clamps down on your shoulder, and you hear a few words of arcane magic, and then you collapse. The film reels grow dark for a long time, and then you see something happen to them. Roll a perception check.
There it is. Perception. Jesus Christ.
Swear. All right.
Let's not be surprised. This is roll 20.
This is roll 20. This is roll 20. Oh, jeez. Okay then. Well, you maybe notice a little something. Roll Arcana. With advantage.
Technically better.
I swear it's not high enough. God damn it. The film reel kind of like skips and sputters a little bit before returning to form again as you wake up in a workshop. A fairly familiar looking workshop, but this time you look down at your hands and you're older. At least, oh geez, 5 years older than you were. You're 16 now. You try and remember what's happened, and in the modern time, in this current time, you, the Vaelyn who is observing the Vaelyn of the past, you suddenly remember that there's this gap in your memories. It isn't just amnesia. It is something that was removed. A chunk of memories that was just ripped out of your head. Like cords on a circuit board. And as you wake up in this little workshop area, you hear a very familiar voice. Dearie, it's time to begin your breakfast. And You are Mel's student. From there, at the age of 16, things carry on as normal. Eventually, you find yourself working with Rensois, and then the events of the March. And eventually, the events of the current campaign. And as all of these film reels come to an end, to where you now see the Raven approaching and the various things that are occurring right now, right this instant, you now feel more than ever that void of missing memories, that chunk that's been just plucked out. What do you want to do? How does Vaelyn react?
As a player, I believe that that second figure was Mel. But
If you so
Vaelyn-
desire to believe that.
Valen's just
Roll better on perception next time.
listen. I got a +8. I'm doing the best that I can.
Skill issue.
It's a roll 20. All right. Vaelyn will just have a look of confusion. As much pain as that brings back, it leaves more questions than thought.
Perhaps that void, half a decade, is relevant to your current plight.
Vaelyn will think for a bit. Out of everyone that he's met so far and seen that has been described to him, the only person that he can think of is, oh god, I want to say Luke is his name?
Lucas.
You said it wasn't anyone that I've met.
Well,
That's the
you
only
never
one.
met Lucas, is the thing.
Yeah. But I have heard of from the others. Lucas. They're the only ones that I believe are powerful enough to do something like this. Skilled enough to do it. Am I correct on making that assumption?
The Raven ponders.
Grand Archmage.
What will you give me as payment for the secret?
I have nothing to give. That lies the answer.
There's always something to give. You just might not miss it. Or you might.
I'll ponder it for now.
Well, ponder it more when you wake up and its claws kind of like dig into your shoulder and you snap awake.
You see the three of us enjoying wine and laughing and playing Truth or Dare.
Well, actually, I was just about to say you guys get a couple more rounds of Truth or Dare off before.
But before I
wakes
do,
up.
before I wake, yeah.
Yes,
Before I do
All
my
right,
little
whose
thing.
turn was it?
I
It
believe it
was-
was.
I think it was Soren's last.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do have a question for you, Vaelyn. Did you enjoy your little backstory bit?
It was interesting.
Yes, interesting.
But- Like I said, it does make more sense. That's why Vaelyn is like, I want to try training with the war pick. Because subconsciously, he was like, this seems familiar.
Yes, and now you have a bit more questions, maybe context. Who knows? I don't. Soren, it was your turn, Truth or Dare. Happy jovial times now. As I switch music.
I could have been spending all that time thinking about something, but I was just listening.
That's where you fucked up.
Yeah.
Ah.
Let's see. What would he think about at this point? Francois, truth or dare? Sorry, you cut out. What was that?
Truth.
Okay, truth it is. When did you discover your feelings for Percival? Were they when she displayed them to you, or was it before that?
She just kind of like
Percy
scratch,
leans in.
scratches behind her ear and looks to the side, red faced. Well, it, uh, I wish I could say that basically it was when, well, it was pointed out to me that Percival was interested in me. I was kind of oblivious.
I had the feeling.
The Soren just kind of like got his arms folded and he's just grinning.
Had no feelings at all, eh? Not even a slight warmth.
I don't know. Maybe it was never my strong suit.
It's fine. I kind of knew this going in,
I-
yes?
I mean, it also didn't help that, towards the beginning you were kind of, just
A horrible
Um,
person.
I was going to say grumpy about everything rather than the current grumpy about most things. Um, I mean, I mean, starting out, I was pretty sure you hated me.
I didn't have very much funness for anyone. Call that learned behavior. Hate is a strong word, though. I don't hate many people.
It's that one time that you and I had that little spat. Remember that?
I was upset, and you did not help the situation. And I was more angry that you decided to go against me than anything else. I do not trust Mel. I am not opposed to working alongside or with, or accepting that she is now a part of my life. But
He's-
motivations. I wanted to
he's-
break that thing open.
Okay, so we were talking about the same thing then.
The orb. I was assuming that was when I was yelling at you that time where you had something to say about me messing with it. That was.
It-
Was that
oh,
not it?
No, the grievance I had was when you said I was only in it for the gold, a mercenary.
Yes, that was that argument.
Hey, that one.
Yeah, that was the orb. You said something that upset me, and I said the most hurtful thing I could think of.
I'm not gonna lie, it got under my skin.
That was my intention.
He smiles and gives a thumbs up and goes,
Well, mission accomplished.
I'm not proud that is what I was aiming to do.
Well, I'm not
That it
bothered
was
by
a
it anymore.
default
I forgive you.
reaction.
I've long since forgive you.
Well, I am glad. It means a lot to know that you are okay
Yeah.
with me. All of you, really.
All right. I believe it is now Rensoir's turn.
Okay. Percival, truth or dare?
Truth. It seems the standard at the moment.
She'll kind of look in thought a bit. Hmm. What were I mean, I know it's the point of the game. You don't have to answer if you don't want to, but what was your childhood like?
There's a pregnant pause as she leans back into her chair, looking into the wine. A portion of it was good, typical. The rest is messy. It isn't something I like to delve into.
Well, then what about delving into the good part?
Sure, I can do that. I come from the far north of Viori. There's a forest that encircles a lake that is said to border the Fae. I was part of a small druid circle who did some trade with other neighboring tribes and small outcroppings in the hinterlands as mostly poultices, tinctures, potions. We were known for that. I was just a little kid, so I spent most of my days making mud pies and being a nuisance to the others in my group. And my little cohort, Eloise, myself, and sister. And I wasn't a very good druid. I know a cantrip or two. A spell I managed to learn that I can still somewhat perform, but the case never really comes up. It was mostly for pranks. Life was good at the beginning. You could see like obvious discomfort as she's like rubbing at a tanned ring spot, like a portion of her hand where a ring used to be. She's just rubbing it nervously.
Well then, I suppose that would make it your turn.
Right. Soren. Truth or dare?
Built.
He kind of grins as he looks back at her and says,
Dare.
Dare. Okay. Let's see. What can I dare the Grand Soren to do?
Go and teabag Vaelyn while he sleeps.
You can't teabag without the bag.
I kind of lack the tools for that. We call it clam slapping, though.
I have never been so demeaned in my entire life.
Holy shit!
You wrong for that, man. You wrong for that.
Yeah, damn.
Da boy.
Greatest joke in the whole series, right there.
That's it. We
Holy
peaked.
shit.
Pack it up.
Back it up, boys.
That's the end of Rains of Vitrium. I'm sorry.
Thanks
I'm sorry
for
to bring
joining us, folks. It's been a great ride.
All right, out of character. Am I aware of the fanfics of your swords?
I don't know. Would I?
I can't remember if we have any interactions where he was like talking about that.
I don't think Percival is.
Shit. All right, there goes my first idea.
It depends on how much Rensois talks about what Soren has said.
Ooh. Is there a role for that?
Has he spoken to Francois about Migi and Hidari
He's
and
talked
their
to
fanfics?
I know he's talked to Agathar about it at the very least. I would say at a minimum.
Yeah, Agathar at least knows about it.
And Agathar is a talkative little chappy boy.
Unless
True.
stated otherwise, but maybe you probably overheard him tell Pell about it.
This is entirely not up to me though. Like it's so you pick whether or not I know or not.
You know what? Soren,
Hold on. I'm gonna roll a D1.
Like honestly, I wouldn't mind if Percival knows about it.
Okay, so what I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna give everything a D100 roll. Oh well, that also works. Rensois, you have overheard things, and now to see if you've told Percival about it.
All right, sure. Here's.
Yes.
Yeah.
You have. Oh boy. So yes.
All right, so I
Percival
have
knows
her.
tangentially.
Okay, so in normal circumstances, this dare would be something you could do right away. And because I have such faith in us, this dare might have a time release. I dare you, upon the saving of your main and offhand weapons, to indulge in whatever their current fan fiction is and goad them into one between Vaelyn and yourself in this current state. The saucier the better.
Okay, so the dare is basically have Hidari and Migi or Migi create a fan fiction specifically of Soren and Vaelyn.
As Soren is currently a female.
his ears drop behind his head, and he just kind of like gives a narrow gaze to Percival, and he just goes,
Soren, roll a history check.
There's already one that exists.
There is indeed already one that exists.
They work fucking fast.
It's one
I
of
mean-
those things. It's one of those.
It already
things
has
where
2 volumes.
It's
One of
one-
those days.
It's one of those things where, like, the second that she brings it up, you recall a conversation between Migi and Hidari where they're just like, "Well, he has a girl body now. That's a whole new avenue of things. Avenue of things to art about." and just chattering back and forth.
"Okay, so the dare is basically just to have them art one currently, right? Or unless there's one that already exists."
There is one that already exists.
Well, yeah, but the dare itself, was there
The idea was if you had them, she'd be like, I would like to hear the sauciest fanfiction between your current body and Vaelyn dish. But seeing as they are not here, she's like, well, upon their saving, I want to hear it.
his ears flop behind his head and his eyes narrow at Percival, and he says,
I'm pretty sure Migi wanted me to keep all of that secret.
Oh, well, a dare, is it not?
and he just kind of like, and then he just like purses his lips, and he's like,
You're an evil witch.
This is my pastime. I do dabble in the dark arts.
he rubs his forehead and goes,
Well, I did make a promise to her, and you want me to break that promise on a dare?
Well, then you don't have to. You can pick truth.
All right then. If I'm able to waffle between the two, then I'll go truth.
Right. Now, just to reiterate, it's just that specific story or all of them?
What do you mean?
Well, I asked you for a specific story. Is it all of them?
It's all of them. I could tell you they exist, but I'm not. I don't really think.
Clearly, I know.
But I
would...
really don't think they want me to tell you anything about them.
Boo! They are no fun.
My dialogue in this one is horrible.
I keep saying the word TEH, T-E-H.
Okay. How about I ask you this one? Of all of the ones that you have heard, which combination is the one you enjoyed the best?
Ooh, that's a good question. That's a good question.
so a hand goes to his chin, and am I allowed to invent one? Because I don't think I, the player, have been told about
Go
any of them.
ahead.
And
if you invent it, it very likely exists.
Let's be honest, they cover all of their avenues.
so he starts off and he says,
Well, the one I'd have to say my favorite.
and then he seems to like stop mid sentence, and looks a little bit. Actually, roll an insight.
All right. Let me pull my sheet up. I should technically have that open. It's my bad.
Oof. Now I'm rolling good. What the hell?
Oof.
All right. So yeah, basically all you see is that he stops mid-sentence for a second, like he's pondering his choices. Did Renzo want to roll an insight?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and roll. Let's see how we do. Where's my
I
sheet
know
books?
which one it is. For shame, Soren. For shame.
It's Soren and Zulaban.
27.
It really does have
All
the best
right.
dialogue of the group.
So You can tell he was about to say something that he was going to regret.
You see like a look on Percy's face, like this was obviously a give me. You could just pick whatever you want, and you were really going to just like let yourself out.
Well,
It's like and she's just like, come on, I gave you a softball, and you were just gonna strike out like this.
Well, yeah. Well, if you think about it, if you think about it, he's probably been indulging in the wine as well since it's getting late at night and he's about to go to sleep in a place that he feels is safe.
This
So
is
he was
probably
about-
also why Percy's just like asking stupid questions and getting stupid answers.
I can't believe
Well-
Agathar's missing all of this.
Well, I'd have to say my favorite one was the one she made of me and Zuleiman, believe it or not.
Oh boy.
Really?
It was good. It was good writing for what she's capable of in the writing department. It was a nice, charming little story. Would I actually
So,
pursue
was
that?
it-
No.
Was it before or after he became a dragonborn?
Oh, after, absolutely.
There is one of before though.
There is one of before though.
Interesting.
Rinsaw, I'm gonna have to convince them to give me some of their reading material.
She pulls out a phone and Googles how to go into Sword.
Hold on.
She starts
hold
a
on,
Google
Soren.
Doc and tags Migi and Hidari.
Hold on, Soren. I actually have I have a fun little piece of information for you.
Oh no!
I am scared.
I'm so here for it.
Am I going to have to mute the microphone?
No.
Thing is, Agathar, you're not here for it. What are
I
you
know.
talking about?
So the funny thing about all of this is Agathar used that as a way to like, hey, maybe they could get to know him a little bit more, and he's not even fucking here. Agathar's missing this entire thing,
Think of all the questions you could have asked Percy.
right? I was like, well, people actually don't really know much about my past because they only know about my time with Mel, and then he's not even fucking here.
You can choose to state that information if you want. It is just a funny little meanie little factoid.
I will spat my drink here and Soren laugh. You know it's gonna be a good one.
Oh Lord.
Okay, so I gotta ask.
Yes.
Is this in reference to a particular piece, like before and then after, or
It is a couple different pieces. Migi's strong suit is not dialogue.
Holy shit.
so for the first line there?
Like
Is that
I've just
supposed-
read enough trashy like fanfics to know what that dialogue looks like.
So for the first line, is that supposed to be didn't or is it supposed to be did?
His throbbing rod pulses in ecstasy.
Didn't.
It washes over him like.
Okay, so the latest one didn't, but the previous one did.
Yes.
Okay.
Remember,
The-
we're not
the
here
one-
for dragons. We're
Like
doing
like
for
the
whatever
the
fuck
one
this
the one
is.
with the one with Dragonborn Zulamon and Femsor, that one did not have that particular that particular line of dialogue in it.
God, they work fast.
Ugh.
To be
Yeah,
fair,
it's only
they're-
been a
they're-
day.
They have a time shenanigan thing, so
Wibbly wobbly timey wimey
I-
they have
stuff.
a
think think of it more like this. How fast can you think a thought before you actually make it? That is how fast they can work.
Mine is really fucking slow.
They are not restricted by normal bodily time restrictions. If they
Agathar's running on Windows Vista.
if
Yeah,
they
I am-
want it done,
Running
it's
on
done.
Windows. Internet Explorer on Windows Vista.
Yeah. So
At least
While-
it's not running off of Shad's internet.
So not
Also-
running.
So that's also true. Mine sometimes runs.
So as a player, I would love to spout this, but Soren has a promise to keep, and he doesn't want to.
It's not saying anything in detail. It's just like he could say this and still be keeping his promise. I would say.
But should it come up in conversation, Migi's probably gonna freaking hate him.
No.
And if she finds out about it.
No. She wouldn't hate him.
Okay, then I can
Just because
justify
they
him.
find it.
Okay, then I can justify him saying this because he's had a few drinks, and he just kind of just sits there, thinking about it. He starts like giggling a little bit, just there like, just like hand in face, just sitting there, just now laughing, and he goes, "Oh Lord, I remember one of her first pieces. I didn't know what she was talking about at the time, but she, her writing has gotten better since then, but she had me in the story refer to me sword as a goo shooter." And he just starts laughing a little bit.
Renswa, just like she doesn't quite laugh. She comes very close, but just like kind of like balled fist like up to the mouth, just like
And he's just there's like, it took me so long to get it. Oh, it took me so fucking long.
Oh my god.
That's some good dialogue, isn't it?
No, it's not.
well,
Holy shit.
My first response was, my first response just out loud when I saw that was, I didn't know the sword was capable of projectile combat.
to that she laughs.
Good lord, I think I might regret asking this.
What a world to live in, am I right?
We live in a society.
And then after that, his expression just kind of like gets a little darker as he begins to look worried, and he goes, "Gods, I hope they're doing all right."
They'll be fine. I promise you we will get them back.
Don't doubt that, but how long and how quick is it going to be? Are they going to have already been violated by that bastard, or?
He does not have the time, considering we are out and outside of his purview. We've already killed the guy who he had us essentially under the thumb of, so he knows we're out here. He's probably more concerned with keeping us at bay than he would be violating those swords. He would save that for after we are taken care of. In my opinion, that would be the ideal thing to do.
Asshole would probably also prefer the joy of doing it when he would be capable of flaunting it.
Yes,
Huh.
no. They have the hope that you are alive and working to get them back. That'll be difficult for him to overcome.
I hope so. The thing that worries me, though, is the fact that they are very effective blades, and he may only care about that facet of them. Having them at his side as soon as possible would be beneficial. Would be widely beneficial to him. I'm hoping it doesn't realize that.
Well,
He has enough money and power that if that was what he was interested in, he would have swords like that of his own.
You need Kinsun blades.
He just looks at Francois with a matter of fact glance.
One of them verbal, one of them resistance overcoming.
Well, I mean, like you said, if all he cared about was their power, he wouldn't care about them being Kinsun blades. He would care about what the blades themselves could do, which those, while rare, are obtainable with the right contacts, which, if any place has contacts with deep pockets, it's here.
He just
Oh, no,
leans. Sorry, go ahead.
What he cares about is, well, this right here. And she'll point to him. He cares about making you worry, about making you squirm.
you socked the motherfucker in the mouth.
Hey,
And-
look what that got me.
And
I
tattled
mean-
on and tattled to his sister on him.
No, yeah, you took a man who had ultimate power over us and made him squirm and very angry. You took the power away from him in a way that was most hilarious.
Oh, I made him squirm. From what I understand, I was knocked out for this, but Aggie made him angry.
Yes, they also beat Agi. Eh, little victories.
My point is, worrying. I'm not saying don't worry. Worrying is natural. But don't worry overly much. That's what he wants.
Indeed. But we're driving away from what we are doing. Soren, I believe it is your turn now, yes?
Is
I believe that's 2 rounds, is it?
Soren's only had one go. I think. Well, I think it's been 2 rounds total.
Yes, it has been 2 rounds total. So this will be your final one. No, wait.
The math ain't mathin'.
I say
Yeah.
Rensoir's also only had one.
Okay, well then, sorry, continue.
Soren's actually had 2 rounds. Has Rensoir only had
this
one? Or...
is... Rensoir and me have only had one.
Yes, then it would go to Rensoir instead. Well, no, wait, Soren, yeah. Soren, go back. Do you think, Soren?
Okay. He goes,
I've already picked on Francois, so I think it's your turn, Percival. Truth or dare?
Let us see. She gives you a good look. Do you have any dares?
I have one, but unfortunately, it's another usage of tools that I own.
She makes a weird face. Tools. Maybe I'll go with dare. No, I mean, maybe I'll go with truth.
Right.
Just the usage of the word tools is unsettling.
I'm sure it'll be fine. He didn't make any mention
Right.
of a goo shooter.
Not a fan
All
of
right.
that word.
and he grins and smiles at her, and he says,
You don't have to specify which one it is, but do you still have that portrait I painted?
I do. I keep it in a safe place.
Well, that was rather anticlimactic. All right.
What would you expect to be like? Oh no, I threw it away. Why would I do such a thing?
Oh no, of course not.
It is
Well, it was
somewhere.
my-
It is somewhere safe.
he nods, and Then
You
he.
no, wait. You need to answer. You need to ask another one. That doesn't count. That was.
Oh, you're right.
That was. What is? What is that?
Oh, you're right. How many siblings did you have?
The one.
Just
Just
the
the
one?
one.
Also kind
Yeah.
of lame.
She was. I could tell you at least a little about her. Or I told you I had a sibling earlier. Did you want to know a little about her?
Hey, I think that would be nice.
Okay. Leave it to me to salvage your terrible ask.
I was running out of ideas. I'm sorry.
It's fine.
I think
Maybe
the
we'll.
wine's getting to me.
I don't know if it's the wine or just a little of you. Her name was Percival. Obviously, that was the name I chose when the going got tough. She was 20 minutes older than me and made sure everyone knew it. She was boisterous, loud, joyful, kind, sweet. She was a lot of things. She looked a lot like me. We weren't exactly twins. We were fraternal, if anything. Had a big chipped tooth. Knocked her head against a stone as we were playing one day. She just had this way of making a room brighter by just existing in it. And she also had the way of making all the adults shudder with her presence as well.
So when Percival says she had chipped her tooth, like Soren kind of grimaces and just like kind of rubs two fingers on his incisors.
Nice when she was around.
Francois will just kind of silently like reach over and like rub her back a little lightly.
Did you hear what I just said?
No.
Oh, well, Discord was lighting up for some reason, but when Percival mentions that she chipped one of her teeth, like Soren kind of grimaces and begins like instinctively rubbing his incisors with a finger.
Yes. Yeah, it's not a fun thing. I was lucky to not be as rambunctious as her at the time. I was the shy one. Though she didn't allow me to be all that shy most of the time.
Put you on point a lot, did she?
She dragged me around like a puppy.
It doesn't sound like you minded all that much, though.
Looking back with rose-tinted goggles, we quarreled often enough, like a set of sisters would. She was too loud. I just wanted to read. She made it her mission to make every pair of clothing I own to be as grass-stained as possible. But I wouldn't trade it for the world. What I do remember, at least. But that's about all I remember, unless we want to get into the little stories I do remember.
I mean, I wouldn't mind.
Let me
But I
see.
suppose that may go beyond the question.
True. Hey, I'll just share the one thing. Myself, her, and my dear friend Eloise. We formed a sort of girls' club. We called it the Coven. We pretended to be witches on and off because we thought it was cool. There was a briar patch that we dug out the middle of, and we called it our coven headquarters. We made mud pies and threw stones at boys we liked. So, your typical childish things. Francois, I think it is your turn. It's like Percy's like rubbing under her nose, possibly hiding what might be emotion.
Wait, so then are you asking me then?
No, is it not your? Oh, it is my turn. It's not.
That emotion's getting to you, huh?
It could be. I could have emotions. You don't know.
They're somewhere. I'm pretty sure they're in a jar in my cart.
I keep them locked up tight. We need to get them back.
I have a vice around it so nobody can open it.
Those are hidden better than the wish scroll.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Perhaps I have something. Francois, truth or dare?
Truth. Sorry,
Okay.
is that boring? Should I do dare?
No. No, I'd just make you do something perverse.
Then yeah, truth sounds good.
I thought as much. I recall the tensions when we had that little talk in my room at that inn a few weeks back. But I am curious. What was going through your mind when that dumb bunny decided to drunkenly tell you I had feelings for you?
She'll kind of lean back in her chair. Mostly panic. But I mean, that's well, I suppose that's an unfortunate default response of mine. I don't know. It was she said it, and then kind of I just remember like playing back memories in my mind. And it just kind of little comments, little gestures, things all kind of clicked, and then it was a mix of things. It's like I felt stupid for not noticing. I felt like it's like panicked because it's like on the one hand, it's like here I'm being like early dates with Neotol, and then meanwhile there it's like, oh god, she's just sitting there watching this happen and doesn't say anything, and
Oh,
uh,
I said quite a lot, just not to you.
I can imagine. I I don't know. It was a lot of things. It was a lot of things.
He kind of just leans into you.
A lot of what ifs, what to do's, panic, repeat the cycle ad nauseum.
But you chose me at the end.
Yeah. Yeah, I did. And she'll like reach out and grab Percival's hand and kind of like rub the knuckles gently.
She visibly relaxes.
It's still weird having my hand be this like much bigger than yours.
I'd say the relationships really made you grow.
And he takes
She-
another swig of his wine.
She just looks as like a deadpan stare that would make Percival proud. Just over to Soren.
Considering your company, you have potential many avenues for that. Though I feel like your swords might not be the best ones for it.
Especially not your goose shooter.
He was mid drink of a glass of wine. He just
Good, you deserved that.
The old goose shooter.
Could you two please shut up?
Nope.
Oh, I regret everything.
Just wait till you get back to that old body of yours and you can put one in the chamber.
he just like kind of looks up at Percival and he goes,
Are you offering?
No.
Hmm.
I'm certain
Maybe
you'll
you
find
could ask-
someone.
Maybe you could ask Zulamon next you see.
Ooh, you know, we could head back in that direction. You could have a saucy encounter.
Well, just remember that she made pieces of everybody, so not all of them are going to be desirable towards me. Not to knock on you if they're desirable to you, but
Oh,
Zulamon ain't one of them.
they're just very funny to listen to.
They
That
kind of
sounds
are.
like a lot of words to avoid saying no.
Soren,
The gods
digging
hate me
yourself a hole,
sometimes.
Soren.
Soren discovering that he's bi.
And the funny thing is, Agathar probably was not helping.
He's like, I blame the estrogen running through my
Damn
veins.
these women feelings.
He's woman
both of you roll.
Damn.
Both Percival and Rensois roll an insight.
Hell yeah, let's roll another
Gladly.
27.
10. I don't have
Ooh.
disadvantage. Fuck you.
Nat 20.
28
Oh,
Let's fucking go.
So Rensois would definitely notice as I don't remember, like, was it Rensois that mentioned like getting back with Zulamon or
Yeah.
giving that a go?
Yeah.
Yes.
She would definitely notice after she said that there's a little bit of a blush forming on Soren's cheek.
She just grins. She doesn't say anything.
So
But
he
if Soren looks her way and looks at her face, she knows.
so he is going to look up at Rensois and be like, "What?" He like that was a
Nothing.
hiccup.
Nothing. To each their own.
Then see. Oh, he doesn't notice it. He doesn't notice his own cheeks flushing.
She'll just grin and take a sip of her wine.
I like to
Well-
imagine that when Soren was spitting out his drink, because he has rabbit teeth, it was just like one stream of wine, just like
Oh, jeez. So Rensois, go ahead. Do your final round.
Okay. Soren, truth or dare?
I think we're getting a lot of our secrets out of here, so why not truth?
Hmm. She'll kind of rest a hand under her chin and kind of try and think.
He's got a little bit of wine left in his glass, and he's just kind of like swirling it around. And then, as she's thinking, he just looks down and goes,
Being poisoned on a daily basis, I probably shouldn't be drinking this.
She'll get a grin. Okay, no, I think I have one. I mean, because you've mentioned some of the bad ones. Which one of Miki's drawings was your favorite?
he stops and just kind of like looks down, thinking about it, and he puts his glass on the floor next to him because he's sitting on the floor against the wall, and he thinks long and hard. And this is with disadvantage because he's probably a little bit drunk. Oh damn. That's would a 12 make it?
I don't think a 12 makes it, man.
So he's sitting there thinking. He's got a hand to his chin, and a smile's just like kind of been like growing on his face, and it's kind of like a warm, thoughtful smile. And he says,
I think the one with you.
So kind of
Is Soren gonna be the person that sleeps with the whole party?
the secret bard.
The secret.
well, I mean, he does have.
Agathar was a
You
red
thought
herring.
yeah, I was gonna say it's like you thought the secret bard was Agathar, but it was me, Soren.
I mean, he does have expertise in performance, so.
That's true.
Hey yo.
Heyo.
So he almost like doesn't realize, like, if you're looking at like I'm pretty sure you don't need to roll an insight for this, but it's very clear he doesn't realize what he just said.
I think Percy's in the background, like behind Rensois, giving you a look. No, shut up.
Don't make her
She'll
think that
kind
there was
of-
a third.
She'll just kind of blink. Really?
And then Soren's face will just like look shocked, and he goes, "Oh gods, what did I just say?"
Nothing some alcohol won't fix you.
I'm torn between wanting to know and not wanting to know.
What did I just say?
Well, you said, "What did I just say?" a second time.
Before that, then.
You said the one with me.
And he tears his gaze away from once Rensois and begins to shake his head, like, go,
Oh god, I fucked it up.
and he gets up and he just leaves.
Dun, dun,
Does
dun.
Rensois stop him?
I mean, she'll be like, "Wait, Soren?"
Percy.
I wonder if there's something I could do to stop you. You're going towards the door, right?
Oh yes, I
Yes.
guess blind.
Yeah, I guess blind.
I use
Oh,
minor
this reaction.
illusion, and I
You're not going anywhere. Alive.
I
Sorry.
use minor illusion, and I just make several doorknobs.
Oh no, he's drunk.
Okay, is that a wisdom saving throw, or?
It would be an investigation check to see which one is real. and which one isn't, of which you have disadvantage on, because...
Yeah, and I have a +0.
Oh, boy!
What's the save on it?
It's like a DC...
15?
Yeah, DC 15.
Or wait, no, I think my save's much higher than that.
It doesn't matter, he
He's
didn't
failed.
make it.
It's 17,
It doesn't
though.
matter.
Oh, my...
So he like just grabs it, nothing, and he tries the next one. He keeps trying the next one. It's like, which one is it?
What? Come back. Sit down.
Percy's gonna kill me. Percy's gonna kill me.
So he's just kind of like turns his head slowly and looks at Percival and he goes, "Did you just do something?"
Do what? No, couldn't be me.
Oh, I shouldn't have drank any. I shouldn't have had any of that. I was right. I shouldn't have drank any of that.
And he's got his head in his hands, just like shaking it there at the door.
Are we sure the period hasn't started? You're very emotional right now.
It's nothing.
Fucking drunk.
And it's fine. It's alright to be a little inebriated. Don't panic. We say things we don't mean or understand when we're inebriated. I mean, look at me. I could barely hold the alcohol in.
I could barely cast a cantrip.
What was I had the concentrate on that one.
I mean, that minor illusion was pretty easy because it's good for the plot, but
It's a cantrip, it's fine.
It was easy because she's already seeing doubles.
so he just like steps in and just like slowly sits back down on the floor. Yeah, he doesn't sit. He kind of like kneels, like in a proper kneeling pose. And he's looking at Percival and Rensois, kind of like really, really worried.
Percy just has a dumb drunk smirk. It's just like, Rensois, it's your turn. And then I think this is kind of when, like, Vaelyn wakes up to save the day by being like, I remember everything!
It just like shoots. I'm like, ah!
Hold on. I want to let this scene cook a little bit.
Hold up, let him cook.
I
Vaelyn
like how
rises
we
up like
left
the
on a
Undertaker.
cliffhanger with Agathar.
Yeah,
We're never
and
gonna
this
get
is
back
the
to
entire-
it.
Oh, we're gonna get back to it. Here in a minute.
Alright.
So
So-
Vaelyn rises like the Undertaker.
Is it
No,
my
Red's-
turn or your turn? I forget. I think I already asked the question. I think it is your turn?
I asked him, and
Oh.
then this all happened.
I look at Soren, who doesn't look like they want to play anymore. It's like, they're a little flustered. Why don't you, take a second to go at me?
I mean, I don't mind taking a go at you.
I would hope not, though I tend to be the one who has to do much of the persuading.
Mm.
Come on, you can ask me anything. How many opportunities do you get like this?
She'll take a swig of wine. Okay, truth or dare?
Ask about
Truth!
Ask about
Shut up.
The Soren is just kind of like looking at the two of them right now, like he's being judged in front of a jury.
Meanwhile, like they're not even paying attention.
Percy's swishing a glass of wine, kind of like she side-eyes you with a grin as she looks to Rensois and like tips her glass in their direction. All right, come on, hit me with something good. You know so little, and now you come up with nothing. Come on.
It's because the player hates being put on the spot.
Too bad. I'm not asking the player the question. I'm asking Rensois the question.
Look,
You know that doesn't work that way.
look. Just poke G-Man above game. Just poke Agathar above game and say, hey, where's some good questions? Go, give him.
Yeah.
I'm like paying half attention. Right? I'm just as bad at this game.
The thing is, it's like because Rincewa's not gonna poke the hornet's nest that is Percival's past if it's uncomfortable.
Do it anyway.
Do it.
Do
Do it. Do it.
Do it.
Uh,
Do it. Do it. Do it. Do
Yeah,
it.
even Percival's saying, "Do it."
Do it.
You
Fine.
motherfuckers are so terrified of me. You'll never ask me shit.
Because
Fucking do
Rincewa.
it.
Fine. Here, let me
Rincewa's
do
drunk
something.
AF right now.
Hold on. I'm gonna roll a wisdom save.
At disadvantage.
You're at disadvantage.
It's an 11.
Yes.
What? You keep saying that like you've got plans back home and like you've been putting in a lot of work towards it. You haven't really said what any of those plans are. So, what are they?
You watch a jovial, inebriated halfling sober before your eyes.
They wanted
As
You wanted this.
She leans back into her chair and looks at you as she sets her glass down and knits her fingers together. I was hoping for something silly.
I can ask something else. Give me a minute.
She kind of starts to smile again. You have a lot of other topics you can touch on. I constantly harass you about your teacher, though you know absolutely nothing of mine.
I mean, that's true.
Quit avoiding the question, Percival.
I am not answering that one.
Well, you said something silly, so
Fair.
I mean, it probably touches on the same subject. How did you get smudge? Like beyond just like the spell.
Anyone can cast and gain the aid of a familiar. But Smudge was a parting gift. She is my master's familiar. On loan. I do not know what my own familiar might do or be like. Though it was hard to describe. Sabina is a character among characters. She would probably put Mel to shame in the oddities category, but not in the silly way.
What do you mean?
She is Fae. So her methods and views of the world are often alien. I believe we spoke on 3 occasions during the 6 years I was under her tutelage.
Wait, how would she teach you if you don't ever speak with her?
She smiles wide. Therein lies much of the training. Understanding in a way that doesn't require verbal cues. It's much in how I also manipulate the threads of fate without having to use verbal components, crystal balls, or focuses. I merely reach out and perceive, see the lines that lead to what is and what isn't. And it took a long time to understand a way of speaking without speaking. Chances
Okay,
are
that
you will likely meet her someday.
sounds a good bit different from, typical wizard studies.
Yeah, well, I am not your typical wizard. I I dabble in divination. I am a spellcaster. I use a book to memorize my spells, but I am a witch foremost. A wizard is just a catch-all that most common folk can understand easily, lest I be confused with a hag.
Fair enough.
But Smudge was the point of this story. I was leaving. My studies had been completed. And this was one of those 6 times where she addressed me verbally. And as I was departing with my caravan and Crackers one, she imparted smudge onto me. It was her way of wishing me well. A sort of, I will be close. She was not like Mel. There was no warmth between us, really. She was not a mother figure. She was hardly a teacher, honestly. I had to scrape for every bit of knowledge she could impart in her ways. But in her own way, she cares. And I felt it more then than any other time I had been with her, is when she imparted that familiar on me. And that is the story of the black cat that darkens my path.
And around that point in time, Vaelyn, you awaken.
Take the land that must be taken.
Awaken.
Death, scourge, thou art forsaken.
Heart taken.
We don't have much of Valen's memories. Instead, we filled it all in with with words from this necronamic book of spells.
He wakes up, we all get shocked, turn around abruptly and smack him with a chair. He forgets everything again. All is well.
God damn this cough.
Oh look, he awakes.
So as y'all are wrapping up your conversation, you'd hear Vaelyn gasp for air and just start coughing, and he rolls over to his side and starts dry heaving.
Oh,
So
jeez.
Rensoir will be over there in no time at all and just starts mothering him.
She just instant transmission. Doing?
Like Soren is up on his feet immediately and starts getting close, but not too close as he's still kind of sweating.
I think as Percy's going to go with him, she kind of like gives you a slap on the thigh and a sort of nod of like, you're fine, and then continues on.
Rensoir, you would, as you're essentially mothering Vaelyn, you'd tell that he's heavier.
Oh man, you put on some pounds. Put down the bonbons.
His bones are denser.
Those bonbons got too much iron in them.
Well, I mean, he was asleep for a while.
And then he's asleep, and then he's just quiet.
My doctor said I needed more lead in my diet.
From your little bit of carrying him to the room, you could tell that his shoulders are broader.
What is with you all in changing shape all of a sudden?
What the fuck happened?
Oh, I was going to ask that to you. They removed the feeble mind. You started screaming at the top of your lungs at the bar, and then passed out foaming at the mouth.
We're back in Vitrium?
No. I wish. No, we're still in Fort Providence.
One last thing I can recall clearly was
Oh,
being-
right, the ambush.
Yes.
Okay.
Is there any water or something?
Soren, can you get water while I start catching this one up to speed? Because it's a doozy of a story.
Yes.
And Soren's just kind of like sitting there for a second, just still kind of worried. And he goes,
Oh, right, I'll be right back.
and he leaves.
And with that, as you begin to regale the now conscious and fully aware and awake Vaelyn, we pan the camera through the streets and through the buildings and through the walls.
Sorry, I'm just imagining Vaelyn. It's like Soren, go get water. Oh, okay. And Vaelyn's just like, wait, who the fuck was that?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because Vaelyn hasn't seen Soren since the change yet.
Yeah.
Sore fem.
Yeah, Valen's more trying to keep his stomach intact.
Yep. As we return to Agathar, as he, emerges into that hallway and has the little wristband go, "Where are you going, buddy?"
I duck back into like the entranceway to like, is it a staircase or is it a ladder?
It's a staircase.
Okay, I duck back into the staircase and I like wait to see if like anybody passes.
No one's passing by.
What the?
As I do a music change. So, what you doing? Do you need, like, directions on how to get to the food?
You know, oh god, I was not expecting this. You know, I could just make us friendship bracelets. I do arts and crafts.
Nah. I like this.
Of course. Look, there's...
Your wrist is pretty tasty.
That makes me nervous.
Did you know there's, like, stuff on it?
Yeah, look, okay, alright. We're friends, right? We could be... There's a lot to explain. You know, friends look after each other, right?
Yeah.
This... There's another reason why I'm here.
There is?
Remember when I said the name Raymier?
Yeah. I don't know who that is.
Well, you might find out. But look, he is a very bad man. He beat me up and took my friends.
Oh no! That's like super bad.
Yeah, you're telling me. But he so happens to be staying in this penthouse up here. And I'm gonna get my friends back.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, like, do you think they're in the prison cells? Because I know where those are. Oh,
No.
wait a minute.
These are-
Hold on. Wait, your friends wouldn't happen to be like a tabaxi person and a human?
Describe the tabaxi.
Some tanned tabaxi that had like patched fur and stuff. They didn't look very healthy.
No, they weren't. Who'd you see them with?
I mean, they were just in the cells. They were prisoners.
Did you overhear names?
No. I kind of ate them.
Gotcha. Well, they weren't my friends, so
Well, I was
think-
told I could. I didn't
that's
know.
okay. Hey, it's okay. Look, I think people here don't exactly have your best interest in mind.
Oh, they don't. That's bad.
That is bad. And this is my full honesty. I like you, Amalia. I really do. I think you're very sweet.
You do?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
You're cooped up there, and I feel bad, but
Well, I mean, I've only been up there for like a week or two.
Well, still, that's pretty lonely.
Yeah, it is.
Look, as much as I would love to take you with me, I can't. But
No
maybe
can
we
do, buddy.
Yeah, you gotta stay in and protect that thing.
Well, I have to remain on your wrist because I don't know if I'm big enough to get back on my own.
Well, if I double back to get to your original body, would that be okay? Or
No. I want food.
okay, all right, okay. How about this? I tried to get you food, but my priority are my two friends who are taken, and they're very unique. They're very strange friends, but they're friends nonetheless.
Okay. We
I
can,
will-
we,
I
we can get your friends back. And
Yeah,
I can, like, tell you a path to get back to here. I could help you map stuff.
That's true. Because friends help each other.
I'm like a little GPS.
Yeah, whatever that
Whatever
means.
that means.
All right. I poke my head out and I look around, but I will promise if I have the opportunity to get you something, I will. Okay?
Okay. Better keep your promise, though.
I will. And I sort of start stepping out, and then I close.
We're supposed to
The-
be all sneaky peeky, like, aren't we?
Yup. So that
Okay.
means
Give me a second. And you see your friendship bracelet kind of like shift in coloration. It's gold now.
oh, cool. All right, now let's be very quiet.
I'm a chameleon.
You sure are. So let's be quiet like a rock, okay?
Okay. They are quiet
Yeah.
like a rock now.
And Agathar gives a little sigh to himself, and then he starts kind of carefully tiptoeing around to try to maybe find where Raymier's staying.
Roll me a stealth check.
Sure can.
And roll me a survival check.
It's a soft 20 for stealth, and then survival I'm actually proficient in. That's a minimum 17 because I rolled a 9.
It is a 60.
For reliable talent
Yes.
that I borrowed from Soyfane.
Yes. So yes, you are able to kind of like, you stalk throughout the halls, and you begin to orient yourself and navigate in your surroundings. You're at the top of a tower. So, going off of your knowledge of tower-shaped buildings, you would assume that rooms are probably in the middle section of it. The more important you are, the higher up you are, because that means the more things people have to go through to get to you.
Mhm.
So, the floor below where you are currently is more than likely where Raymier's room is, if he has a room here. And a couple floors below that, about 4 floors from where you are now, is probably where the dinner hall is. Considering this place is rich and extravagant, it probably has 24/7 service.
Mhm.
But as you kind of like make your way through these hallways, you are able to pass by a couple servants here and there, just kind of like hiding beneath a tablecloth here and there, because you're a small creature, or hell, just climbing up to the roof of the hallway and hiding within a chandelier as they stroll past. And every time you were to turn a corner, you feel your wrist, the bracelet on your wrist, shift a little bit, and a small droplet plink onto the ground before it blends in with the surroundings.
Cool.
Another thing you'll notice is this particular friendship bracelet, every time it rotates, you feel a scrubbing sensation along your wrist.
Mhm.
And then you feel it kind of like go up a bit further and down a bit lower. Like it seems to expand a little bit.
Okay.
I would say, but around the point in time you reach the stairs leading down and start to make your way down, you can feel that it's gone from like a tiny little friendship bracelet to being about, I want to say, like a half an inch wide instead of a centimeter, like it was originally. Strolling down the stairs, kind of like pitter patter, pitter patter, pitter patter, pitter patter, you crack open the door and you stare down the hallway. Roll me another stealth check.
Stealth check. Okay. Okay.
18.
So
With an 18,
yeah.
you peer out into the hallway, and just before you're about to step in, you hear a door open up to your left, and you immediately just like slink back and attach yourself to the stairs again. And you hear the small chatter between two servants, kind of like talking to themselves. So he ordered another concubine, right? Yeah, another male. Really? I thought that he was against those kinds of things. Only on paper, hon. Only on paper. You'll learn soon enough. Just keep it quiet. And the two of them make their way past the doorway. And you kind of like peek your head back out and look, and there's two humans kind of like making their way down the hallway in servant's attire. Still just continuing their discussion about whoever ordered said concubine.
Do I hear a name that they give?
They do not give a name.
Okay.
Moving further in along this lavish hallway, like, you would think that, money would buy you a lot. The amount of money that these guys have must be extraordinary because of just how much wealth there is in this place. You note diamond-encrusted chandeliers. The hallways themselves seem to be laid with this gold and silver brick. The various tables are made out of mahogany, which and this is like wood, like wood.
Mhm.
And aside from the shantytown with like its dilapidated state and its, you know, crashed together plates and woods and stuff like that, you didn't see this much wood in like the main capital area.
Mhm.
And it's different varieties of wood. You even see like some tables built entirely out of stone, like expensive stone too, like jade and marble and stuff like that. And it's just there. Like there's no rhyme or reason to any of it. It's just wealth for wealth's sake. And all along the hallways are these pictures of this one dragonborn male who, let me get the description for him. He is a towering figure of considerable size and seeming strength. The largest person that you've seen among like the various people in this building. About, I want to say 6'8", 7'4", something like that. Just like a real unit of a man. And he is wearing glasses, has a very brutish looking appearance, and there are a lot of pictures of him with like armor on, you know, big battle axes, just large weapons, just in general, you know, very, very masculine, very compensating for something.
Mhm.
Just one of those things that's just kind of obvious to you, I would imagine, at the very least.
Didn't we scry on Raymier and see him working with a Dragonborn?
Yes, you did.
Is that same one?
Yes, it is.
Fucking course. And I remember that Dragonborn looked nervous.
You remember what?
I think I remember correctly that Dragonborn looked nervous. Like Raymier had him up against a wall or something. Not physically, but...
You would... Well, I mean, you didn't see the scrying... Yeah, you did see the scrying specifically. It was Drillon that did it.
I think that one was open.
Roll for me a intelligence-based insight, because you're trying to remember details.
Okay. 17.
17. You remember that he didn't look nervous. He looked flustered.
Right.
And also, all throughout all of these pictures are just a bunch of images of him with children, a lot of children, and no women. Like there are no wives here, just him and a bunch of children.
Flustered as in Agathar Kobold flustered, or flustered as in
Agathar
he's
Kobold
in-
flustered.
Got it. Okay. All right, so he's the one already in concubine. All right.
And with that, as you kind of like make your way through these hallways, you find a few different doors that look of interest. You see one that looks very heavy, that is just made out of nothing but wood, with various, you know, glyphs and different drawings and stuff on it. Two seconds. Anyway. So that is one door. The other door that is of note is just like... It's a more utilitarian door. Just regular wood. And without any filigree or, you know, pomp and circumstance to it. that is adjacent to this door. They're like same area as one another. But it's very clear that the big door is probably the master bedroom. The rest of these are just bedrooms or other places for people to sleep and rest.
Okay.
I don't know if you want to just start cracking open doors.
No, I don't want to start cracking over doors. I might open the door and someone see him. This master door, you said there was runes and glyphs on it?
Yes, but they are not magical. They are more design.
Okay. I mean, he's gonna check for magical traps anyway.
Sure thing, go ahead.
Just because it's worth asking, all of that shit that he grabbed from the office, especially because he took notes and books, did any of those books were worth like 25 gold pieces?
Why do you ask?
Because I do have borrowed knowledge prepared.
Oh, okay. Give me a high or low.
Hi.
Alright.
Fuck.
Sadly, that's a low. None of them were worth 25
Yeah.
gold pieces.
Alright, no worries then. He's gonna give it a look over.
Alright, go ahead and roll me a perception check.
Oh, I rolled an 18 anyway. 22.
Ooh, okay. With a 22, you are very easily able to discern that there is nothing magical about this door. All these glyphs and sigils are there for purely decorative purposes. It's actually quite a waste of the material.
Oh, yeah. That seems alright.
It is gaudy.
Yeah. Did that check for also... Do I have to do a separate one for mechanical traps, or is that also in part of it?
Also in part of it, there are no mechanical traps here either.
Cool. I'm gonna very gently jimmy the handle to see if it's locked.
Alright. You wiggle the handle. It is not locked.
Okay. Then he will very carefully open the door and take a peek in.
Alright then. Go ahead and roll me another stealth check. Although, wait, no, your minimum is an 18. Yeah, no, you're fine. Yeah, your minimum's an 18. You just kind of like peek open the door, and you look inside of it, and you see that the room is currently empty, but within it is just a lot of weird shit, I will say. This room has a large bed that's like probably 2 or 3 times the size of the actual person that is supposed to be resting within it. Along the walls are various framed paintings and pictures of at least 20 different children. All of them dragonborn in some way, shape, or form. And none of them look happy to be there.
That sounds about right.
The other thing that he would note is that there seems to be there seems to be kind of a large table dedicated to alchemical things, specifically to preservation runes around a bunch of vials of this thick, like cream-colored liquid.
Okay.
And what appears to be some kind of like long cylindrical device that has a it comes to a fine tip that has a small hole in the center. It looks like a syringe.
Okay.
But it's much larger.
Yeah. I'm gonna take a look around the room just to make sure he doesn't see anybody sitting in a chair in a corner or something.
No,
He's gonna make sure that this room is fully empty before kind of stepping in, not getting too close, not too far from the exit. And then he's going to get a decent vantage point, probably by climbing on the wall. And then he's going to take a photo of that table.
Okay, then. You click flash, take a photo of it. Are you taking a photo of anything else in the room?
No, that's really going to be it, just for that room. Everything else is just whatever. But he wants to make sure he gets that alchemical stuff, and then he will stuff the stuff back into his bag, and then climb back down, and then...
Is he going to take a sample vial?
No. He's here for a reason. He did this little side thing. I think he doesn't want to push his luck. He's already kind of pushed it a little bit by doing this, so he's here for a reason, and he's going to try to make sure that he stays the course. So he's going to carefully exit the room.
Alright. You leave the room. And you creep along the side. You go to another door.
I'll go to the door adjacent, and I will obviously inspect it for traps. That whole shebang.
Alright, you do so easily enough. There's no traps on this door. Like, you get the feeling that these doors are probably not trapped, unless it's to, like, someplace like the armory or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Because this is inside the heavily warded tower. So all their defenses are very likely on the bottom floor or along the edges of the tower itself, and not necessarily inside, if that makes sense.
Yeah, but Mel.
Understandable.
And Raymier. He would be doing his master a disservice if he wasn't doing the things that he'd be doing right now.
Oh, no, I fully understand that. So yeah, you check the door for traps, there's nothing. You check the door for magical wards, there's nothing. You crack open it, and you peek inside. And this room is a lot more basic. There is a bed in the room, there's a couple portraits, more of that same Dragonborn man. It seems as if he's quite the narcissist.
Yeah.
And inside of this room, as you kind of like look around a bit, you see placed upon a stand towards the back right-hand corner of the room, Migi and Hidari.
Okay.
They are currently inside of a glass case that has more than a few runic etchings along it. A lot of this green rune just kind of like traced along the exterior of the glass in this beautiful filigree, and a lock along it with this outline of this blue material. What do you want to do?
Well, I want to inspect the room further. I just want to look around, just to make sure I'm in the clear. And
you look around, and there seems to be no one else in here. You see along one of the tables near, like, the bed, a bottle of wine currently inside of an ice bucket that is slowly collecting condensation, and a small bowl of fruit.
Okay. I kind of whisper to my wrist, like, you like meat, right?
Yeah, but I can eat anything.
Okay, well, here's some fruit, so I'm gonna put this in the bag. But if I find any more, I'll collect it. And he will tiptoe, make sure he's still, like, looking around, and then he'll take the fruit. He won't take the bowl. He'll just take the fruit and then just kind of...
You reach out for the fruit, your wristband kind of, like, expands outwards without warning, and just engulfs the food before dissolving it away within seconds.
Okay. Did that help?
You feel as if the wristband on your arm is now a vambrace.
Like it's vibrating, you said?
A vambrace. Like it went from being like a little centimeter.
Oh, so it's like a whole
and now it
arm
is
brace.
all along your forearm. Yes.
Fucking great.
And in that second, when it expanded outwards to eat the fruit, you would note that the gold paint that had been on your scales has now been removed along where the wristband was.
Okay. Shit.
So you get the feeling that she was maybe eating the paint.
Okay. But is she still sort of that gold color, or is it
whenever
both
she
now?
returns back to your wrist and arm, yes, she goes right back to that gold color.
Okay.
That was tasty.
I'm
Thank
glad.
you.
Hey, yeah, you're expanding.
Oh, yeah, that happens.
Should I be worried?
No, don't worry about it. It'll be fine. Probably.
Okay. And then just to make sure that, because I know I reached out to feel spiritual stuff earlier and I was able to feel it. Can I reach out to that same sensation and try just to make sure that this is like the focal point of that vibe? Okay.
I would say that around this point in time, you kind of like reach out with your senses again. You can feel that those are indeed soul blades in that cage.
Okay. Alright, he will slowly tap forward. And he just kind of mutters to himself, "Hang on, girls." And he will inspect the runes and try to make sure. Actually, first, are there books in here? I'm gonna look for an expensive looking book.
Roll investigation.
Perception or investigation?
Investigation. Because you're actively searching the room and not just glancing around it.
16.
16? Yeah, you find a book that is expensive enough. It is titled. Yes. It is titled "How to Make Babies with in Non-Traditional Ways."
Yeah, this is definitely Raymier's room.
It is a scientific tome.
Yeah. Cool. I'm gonna kind of like duck around the corner, and then I'm gonna cast Bard Knowledge onto investigation.
All right then. You open up the book. It flips through its various pages, and you figure that you are now proficient in investigation.
Cool. All right. Then he will tuck the book into his bag of holding, and then he will attempt to look into the runes to see if there is a non-magical means of dispelling them, essentially, without like dispel magic.
All right. This would be an unproficient intelligence check at disadvantage because this is Zimtech that you're looking at, and you're not a Zimtech
fucking great.
craftsman.
Fucking great. Okay, straight intelligence. Here we go. Okay, 18.
18 at disadvantage. Okay then. You look at this, and because of your study of magic with Mel and glyphs and whatnot, and your experience with the Abjuration Archmage at the very least, you're able to ascertain that these are two different kinds of defensive runes, or defensive patterns. One is very likely an alarm, the other is very likely some kind of nasty explosion type effect, or face melty type effect. Secondarily, it doesn't look as if there is a non-magical way of dispelling these two things. You would need to actually be a person experienced in Zimtech and how to craft it, and how to make it, and how to unmake it, which you are not, sadly. But you are able to ascertain the effect of these runes, and the fact that if you were to find the proper key that goes with this box, you could unlock it without setting off either of them.
Oh, that means I have to find Raymier. Or I have to wait until he gets in this room.
Well, speak of the devil.
Oh, fuck.
And as you're inspecting this, the door to the room opens up. And you do not have any time to hide. There is nowhere you can hide, really. And this man stares into the room and looks at you.
I slowly, head turns slowly.
He has a tired expression in his eyes, as he just simply steps in, closes the door, and locks it. So, you ate all the fruit, and you're poking around the room. Not exactly a good start to your services.
Dude. when he says services, it takes him a moment to realize what that means with the previous state of concubines, and he adjusts his stance to stand a little taller, and he shakes a little bit of the expression off his face and moves his neck around. He says, well, I had to do something while I waited.
Yeah, apparently so. Regardless of what he may have told you, I have no interest in things of that nature. He then walks over and simply climbs onto the bed and collapses there before padding beside him.
He will take a deep breath, and he will climb onto the bed, making sure he's not like legs off of the bed. He will like sort of half lay on it, where he's like propping his torso up, but he's like trying to make himself look as feminine as possible.
Okay.
And he just kind of looks at him. Oh, I wouldn't say don't knock it till you try it.
Trust me, you're up the wrong tree currently. It's not that you're not attractive, but I'm currently going through a very rough breakup.
I understand. Breakups are so messy.
Yeah. And to make matters worse, some little peppy spitfuck decided to put my son's name in his mouth. And I didn't like that one bit.
So what'd you do to him? And he slowly places his hand on his leg.
He just looks
like,
down. He looks down at the hand on his leg.
Like, it's not, it's just kind of placing it. It's not getting close, but it's sort of like just touching his like outer leg.
He just reaches down and just very tentatively takes 2 fingers around his wrist and just lifts it up, moves it to the side, and then puts it back down.
And Amalia eats Raymier's hand when he does that.
Why does this guy taste like sand?
And he just shakes his head. Nah.
This guy tastes like douchebag.
No. Well, looks like you're just stuck with me for a couple hours. You know what? You're paid well, right?
Sometimes it depends on the client. Some a little bit more generous than others.
All right, good. Then, tell you what. I'm just gonna talk to you and vent for a little bit. And I want you, and I want you to not say a word of this to anyone else, or I'll kill you.
Oh, I understand.
All right, good. You know, I have to ask, do you get clients that do this often? Just kind of like wax poetic? Talk to you about their woes and shit? Or do they just ping to the bed and just have their way with you?
Again, depends on the client. Usually ends up that way, but some of them sort of try to ponder and pester me like they're their prized treasure. You know, they flour and butter me up before they inevitably disappoint me.
Yeah, sounds about right. What's your name?
Oh, I'm usually referred to as the Golden One.
Yeah, that was the title you were given, was Golden Boy, whatever that means. I mean, like, your real name, not your title.
How about you give me a nice little... You know, you're a very unique client.
Okay.
Name's Abigail.
Oh, you're a... Well, I mean, you're a kobold. You're kind of neutral in that regard. Yeah.
Yeah, but I prefer... You know.
I understand. Well, Abigail, I'm sorry again. So... I've had a day, okay? So, I'm just here, minding my own business. You know, working with Mirzai and trying to, you know, maybe make things better for the common people, sure, in a way. But then, next thing I know, these bastards are apparently coming here after they assaulted me when I was just trying to, you know, get my wife back and question her about some things that happened in the past. But here they come, and they're trying to kill me again. And honestly speaking, I don't know what to do with them. And now they're kind of, you know, in big trouble because they killed a captain of the guard, and now they're just kind of like out there with their magic back and shit. At least one of them's feeble-minded. Fuck.
They seem very persistent.
Agathar?
Mm-hmm.
I has a question.
Yeah.
Does he need to do you feel as if Agathar would need to make a save around this point in time? as this man is trying to Uno reverse card stuff.
I mean, not really, because Agathar knows without a shadow of a doubt, he controlled Soy Fang. And so honestly, he doesn't fucking believe a word he's saying.
Fair enough.
But there will be some things that he's gonna be inciting, but well, like he wants to incite like I want to make this place better sort of thing. But right now he knows the truth. Like I tried to get my wife back and talk to her about something, but like in reality it's like, oh, he took her free will. You know?
I mean, sure. Go ahead and roll insight if you want.
Sure. I should have. Where's insight? There it is. Agathar's so good at this. 11.
11. He seems genuine in his desire to try and make Mirzai a bit better.
Yeah, he's gonna take that with a grain of salt.
And he's just like, I mean, that's crazy, isn't it?
That is crazy. What would prompt them to chase you if you're just trying to talk to your wife?
Well, I mean, I didn't use the best methods for trying to do so, but at the same time, she killed my son.
Yeah, that one's gonna be an insight.
Go ahead.
Fuck yes!
Natural
Oh
20.
God. Yeah.
This man earnestly believes that Soy Fang killed his son.
Yeah. Yeah, and he knows. Yeah, so he's getting Raymier's perspective, but with how he talked to Soy Fang, he knows she didn't do it. With how she kind of spilled her heart a little bit. So yeah, he's getting a little bit more perspective on him.
So, yeah. She killed my son and then ran off with my sister. And they had the audacity to blame me, for my son's death, saying that I killed him. I had nothing to do with it.
I really am sorry for your loss.
You're one of the few people who is. You're one of the few people who is. I'm just tired. I can't sleep. I can't eat. I can't enjoy the things I used to just take for granted. And I have a group of people that are intent to kill me. For something I didn't even do. I mean, I get it. You know, I kind of fucked with them when they first came in, but that was that was me passing the torch for, you know, them trying to kill me. Didn't even hurt any of them. If their other spellcasters had half the salt of what I think they should, then they could have dispelled their friend's magical effect sooner rather than later. And their other friend's just a girl now. As if there's not a lot of potions that can fix that.
Really? You changed one of them into a girl?
Yeah. And then I tried to, you know, fuck with him by saying, hey, look, here's a marriage contract. It was dumb. But I wanted to hurt them. Because they're over there siding with my murderous wife.
here's my perspective. It seems that there is this circle of abuse or ill intent between those parties, and it is facilitated by them and then by, well, unfortunately, and he just kind of motions to Raymier.
He just gives you a look of like, what the fuck? I'm sorry, what? How is there an how is there an abuse circle from me? I wake up and I find my tomb has been robbed of my livelihood, of my servants, of my inheritance, and my wife comes out of nowhere and saves my ass from that, and I'm like, oh, look, the woman who killed my children, or my child, and so I grip control of that, and then these jackasses come on, and they try and murder me, and then I'm just so fucking done with the situation that I just leave. And somehow I'm abusive in that whole circle of bullshit there?
I never called you abusive. I just said that some actions may be portrayed as such. Again, I don't have any real background information on this whole thing. This is just from whatever you were telling me.
Uh-huh.
How about this? I have an idea. Just lay on your stomach, and then how about like a back rub? Is that something that, nothing touchy-feely, just, it seems like maybe you need some attention.
Roll a persuasion.
With advantage.
You know what? Give me a higher level here.
Low.
Alright. Let's see if it's low.
Yay.
Okay, you have advantage.
Oh, there we go.
Oh! You see him look at you for a minute before just kind of sighing. Fine. Sure. And he'll roll over onto his back. And after a moment, he's like, actually, give me a minute. He'll lean up and just remove his shirt.
Mm-hmm.
And then kind of like toss that over to the side. He is actually pretty well built. He has a lot of muscle mass to it.
I'll make him any hotter. Damn it.
He is actually very muscular.
Mm-hmm.
And as he kind of like, goes back down to his back, he puts his arms underneath his head. His muscles just kind of like flex a bit more.
Mm-hmm.
And he just kind of relaxes. Go ahead.
And Agathar will climb onto the bed and sort of straddle his back, and then he starts to press down sort of like in between his shoulder blades. He starts kind of massaging with his knowledge of the anatomy. He's gonna start using that to start massaging him.
All right.
But when he starts, he's
roll me a sleight of hand with advantage.
okay. And Jesus, God
damn, son.
I was about to say, as he is doing this, he is kind of feel for the key.
All right.
Better be careful there, Agathar. You're gonna change his mind.
Whatever I have to do to get those swords back.
Those magic
Those
hands.
magic hands. Well, technically.
As you start to go along with this massage, after about about a half a minute or so, you hear this low rumbling coming from beneath you as he begins to purr.
Damn, it's
You see his hands kind of like gripping and loosening on the pillow as he just starts making biscuits.
I'll kill you, Shad. I'll fucking kill you.
And as you're kind of just like trailing your hands up and down along the sides, you eventually, get to where his hips are, and you're able to kind of like check his pockets and stuff. You do find the key, but along the way, you see him just kind of like lean up and glance back over with these very beautiful looking purple eyes. And he says, and you see him blush. I wouldn't be opposed anymore to, something a bit more
Carry on, sailor.
intimate.
Suffering from success.
Like,
I've
At the
been
end of
gone.
all
I
this-
have no clue how we got here.
at the end of all this, Aggie is just dating Soy Fang and
He
Raymier.
fixes the Raymier. He fixes the marriage. Oh my god.
Just fuck it, Weeball.
I cannot fucking believe this is happening right now.
You gotta have the Hulk family
you rolled
collection.
you rolled double nat 20s, my guy. What else did you expect?
I
That
rolled a
should be-
22 and a natural 20. It was not double crit.
Chad, there's natural 20 should be rewarded.
Yeah, that should be a fucking punishment.
I don't know what you're talking about. This is a reward. For me, at least.
He'll give a little bit of a laugh, and he will continue rubbing his back, and he will say, "All right, then. Well, you're still very much tense. Let's loosen up a little bit, okay?"
Okay. He just nods. Okay.
Does he move his head back?
He does go back to looking down.
Okay.
You can see his tail is like. I have a question. Whenever you straddled him on his back, did you like sit on his tail, or is his tail still free?
No, his tail's still free.
Okay, it just whips around a little bit before it just slowly whips back and wraps around his waist.
Okay.
Gives a little squeeze.
Yeah.
That tail muscle is just as strong.
Yeah. Then, in that case, I will go back down to his hips and attempt to slide a hand that key. But
Oh,
as
no,
he's
you already
doing
did.
that, I already did. Okay.
Yeah, straight up. Like,
Alright,
that
I
was a
have
natural
it.
20.
Okay. Okay.
Like-
I wasn't. You didn't say I actually took it.
Oh, yeah, no, you did.
Okay.
Like you found the key in his pocket, you yoinked it, pocketed it in your little
Okay.
bag of holding, and went right back to massaging it. And that's when he looked up like, hey.
And he will look up at Raymier as he's kind of still going, and he says, I do have to ask, because you're, talking about your wife and all. Is it okay to ask this? Why me? There's plenty of other lovely ladies out there.
You see him kind of flush a bit more and just kind of say, I'll be honest, I like women and girls and stuff, but I also liked men. I just couldn't really express that in my homeland.
That, unfortunately, is understandable in a lot of places.
My father once saw me with a servant, and he beat me for that.
I understand about not being able to express yourself to other people.
Yeah. You're very nice, Abigail.
Thank you. Clients don't really give me an opportunity to do something like this, so this was just fresh.
Yeah, it is. Before we do anything, could you fetch me the black cube from the nightstand drawer over there, and the wand within it?
Oh, okay, sure. And
It's a vibrator.
God, that would be the best case scenario in this instance, because this is gonna be something fucking worse.
You go and retrieve them, right?
How about he'll say, I hope you don't mind, but I've learned a thing or two to help with clients. And
no, it is for something else entirely. Sorry.
Oh, that's okay. I can retrieve it, but from a distance, if that's okay.
Oh, okay. Just kind of like glances over his shoulder to watch.
Okay, I'm gonna cast Mage Hand, but I'm gonna make it visual because it says I can make it invisible.
Yeah, easily enough. You make a visible Mage Hand, and you lean and you kind of like reach it over and you open up a drawer and you pull out this small black onyx cube from within the drawer that could fit in roughly the palm of your hand, and the accompanying black wand that comes with it. You kind of like bring them over to you and hand them off to him. Roll me an Arcana check.
Yeah. Is this with advantage as well with Mel's training, or no?
No, this is not with advantage.
Okay. 22.
22? Alright. With a 22, you watch him hold the cube in one hand and take the wand in another as he taps it to his temple and draws forth a string of silvery thread and places it within the box. That is a memory cube. It is a cube designed to store and recall memories. And you see him feed 3 memories into it. before he hands them back. Thank you. You can put them back in the drawer again.
Sure.
And now I won't be thinking of my wife anymore.
Ah. Gotcha. Does he put his head back down?
He does.
Okay. I will. The mage hand will go around Agathar's back. The mage hand will deposit those items into his bag of holding, but his mage hand will glide over to the
drawer and close
shut
it.
it. Yeah.
All right, easily done. I'll let that nat 20 sleight of hand roll into it.
Okay. And then the mage hand will come back around. Can I? Is it visible for the duration then, or can I remake it visible?
You can remake it invisible. Like, it's just
Okay.
casting the spell again. Like, basically for the minute, it is visible.
Okay.
And then if you recast it, it becomes invisible or visible, however you want to do it.
Okay. He will. With that Arcana check, is that like if you open the box, you can pull out a thread and then look into the memory sort of thing, or is it like specific to him?
The way it works is the wand works as a deposit device, but if you were to tap the wand back on the box, it would open up and show you different strands to kind of like pluck free and put and kind of like view yourself, if that makes sense.
Okay. So if I wanted to, I could look into it.
Yes, you could.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to know. And then the mage hand. How heavy does that glass box look for Migi and Hidari?
It is way more than 10 pounds.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
If you
that's
are
fine.
attempting to use the mage hand to unlock the thing and pull the swords out of it, that will require a sleight of hand check of its own, and then a stealth check, because you are removing two weapons that will clink a little bit from the container they are in. And it is somewhat in his peripheral vision.
Yeah, for sure. That's fine. I'm not gonna pull that trigger yet. Is this room just the room? There's no like side room for like a restroom or something?
There is a door, but you would imagine it leads to the master bedroom.
Right. Okay.
The bathrooms are probably elsewhere.
Yeah, elsewhere.
Oh God. I'm trying to think a way out of this.
I will say, he did say, if you want.
Yeah, I know I have an option. But that right now, that is the nuclear option.
Don't you just love the situations I put you in?
I hate you right now. For many reasons. He will continue sort of giving him attention, and then after maybe a couple moments, he'll speak again. It's like, all of these items and stuff, it seems like a waste, doesn't it? There's so much money and they're not really doing anything with it,
Yeah, I know.
Like those little swords over there. Those are, I mean, they're beautiful, but I'm sure that they're fake.
No, they're real. I acquired them from one of the individuals that tried to kill me.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm. Those are soul blades.
Soul blades?
They're made using a very particular forge. Not forges in like a location, but a very particular forging technique. They're comprised from the body, mind, and soul of a particular individual. In this case, a pair of twins. Or siblings.
Was it like a jail sentence? Are they cursed?
No, they are killed and then formed into the weapons.
Well, that sounds horrible.
Yeah. It is.
I mean, was that individual was abusing them? I mean, I guess you took them because they were, using them against you. That makes sense.
Yeah. Those two weapons have a very powerful pair of enchantments on them. But I don't know the intentions of that swordman with them, but normally speaking, when people use those as weapons, they don't want to put them down.
And you're just kind of keeping them. Are you just gonna keep them in that case?
For now. They're afraid of me.
Well,
You feel really nice.
you take amazing care of your fur.
It's about all I got left.
Why not? And I know this is sensitive and it's something. If it's out of line, please let me know. But have you thought about just starting over? Not with the people that are after you, but maybe just go somewhere. Start anew.
That's what this was supposed to be.
Well, it seems that they knew about where you were going. I'm talking about maybe somewhere not, in a golden tower. Seems pretty gauche even for you.
It is gauche. I think once I acquire enough power, I'll probably just replace these towers with something else.
Insight.
Go ahead.
12.
He seems to be telling the truth.
Okay.
What reason has he to lie?
That's fair. He literally just said a little bit. He glances back at the swords. How about this? I'm getting very close to the end of my contract. And very close to getting out of here. How about this? We spend the rest of our lovely time together. And I don't need any cash from you. Except maybe the swords. And I don't know how to wield these swords, but I know my uncle does. And he's in Vitrium right now.
Look, no. I can't just let you have them. It isn't just the fact that whoever would use them will use them. It's also that anyone who knows about them will try and find them and take them. And I don't want to put you or your uncle in danger. Better they're here with me when I can defend them while looking for some way to better take care of them or something.
No one insight.
He seems to be telling the truth.
No.
He has no reason to lie to this
I hate
concubine.
you. I hate you right now.
That's totally understandable. But, you know, I had to ask.
They are very attractive, but they aren't the only thing that's attractive in this room.
Yeah, you beat me to the punch on that one.
Yeah. I'm gonna turn around now. And he just kind of like begins to rotate.
Okay.
He'll scoot back a little bit. Just to give him room.
And he'll kind of like reach forward and caress your cheek. Stare into your eyes for a moment.
How? Oh God, has a minute probably. Yeah, a minute's definitely passed.
Yeah, a minute's passed.
It's passed. I don't know what to do. He is overloaded with this information.
Overloaded with information, you say?
Yeah.
As he caresses your cheek, he's gonna make an insight check.
Okay.
Let's see if Raymier, former emperor of the sands of Suba, is good with insights.
Oh, fuck. God.
Wait a minute. You're
Ooh.
that kobold.
He's pretty good with insights.
Oh, man.
He has disadvantage, right? Because it's Abigail the Golden Boy.
That's a 22.
God fucking damn it. Do I need to roll deception to have a fucking chance?
I would say that he
Get some
isn't.
good use out of that clone.
I would say that he doesn't suspect you of not being who you say you are, because why would he at this point in time? You haven't done anything untoward that he has seen. So I would say with a 22 insight, just give your general emotional state. If you'd like to roll a deception to try and obscure facts and information or like hide your emotional state or feeling, you may certainly do so. But it's not one of those things of like, oh, he rolled a 22, he automatically knows you're Agathar specifically, and he automatically knows that you're, you know, and such and such.
Yeah.
Such.
I think in this moment, Agathar is trying to keep a straight face. But not like the oh god, oh fuck sort of face, but a face that might be deep in thought.
All right.
So I guess, yeah. Do I have advantage on this because of disguise?
I would
Or
say
is this-
no, because your disguise does not play a part in this.
Gotcha. All right, I need a crit. Nope.
Ugh. So he seems
He almost crit in the other direction.
Yeah, I
he
almost crit in the other
seems
direction.
he seems deep in thought. Deep in thought regarding what, if anything, that he could glean. Not like something super specific like, oh my gosh, I didn't think this much about soy faggot. Da, 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 da. But I mean more like your general emotions surrounding the current situation that you are in.
Stop being hot.
Yeah, he's kind of, yeah. It's the God. He has a what slips through is a general look of slight confusion about who he's looking at, if that makes sense. Where it's like, you're not
who I thought you were.
Yeah.
All right then.
And however that can be interpreted
All right,
is up
then.
to him.
He just stares for a moment, his hand kind of like gently cradling your chin, your jaw, his thumb sliding along your cheek. And he just kind of cocks his head to the right. Uh-huh. So I'm not what you thought I was.
Not at all. I thought this was just gonna be a same old shit, different day.
I'm not. 2 seconds. I'm not Lord Hemrock. I'm not Loden Hemrock. I'm not here to just give you a couple love taps on the behind and catch what comes out. And then say I got some lady, a child. I'm different. I'm not the villain that other people think that I am. I looked at why my old homeland failed. And I see that this place is just absolute shit. And I know that I can't change it in my own way. Well, I know I can't change it in a more traditional way. Killing these debt lords is just gonna make a fucking power vacuum. But maybe if I adjust and control how they get their money, then I can control them.
Control the debt lords.
Yeah. I'm not evil. I just have different motivations than everyone else. This place is a lot like the royal court in some ways. It's all pomp and circumstance and masks you wear. Masks upon masks upon masks. And if I have to wear a mask that makes others hate me so I can improve their lives, then so be it.
I can see that's very tiring.
It is, and it's lonely. He kind of like slides, like he still has the one hand on your face, just still rubbing there softly. His other hand kind of like comes up and goes around your hip and just kind of like goes on your butt and just kind of like lifts you into his lap.
Yeah, I bet.
If you don't want to do anything, then you see him have this mournful look, biting back a couple more words before he kind of just like breathes in and exhales. Then you don't have to. Just stay for a little longer.
Yeah, I think what you need right now is company.
He nods. And then he just pulls you into a very tight hug. And then slowly lays back down on the bed with you. Holding you like a plushie. As I want you to give me a high or a low, Agathar.
Hi. Fuck. Bless you. Bless you.
I didn't
Wrong
wanna
guess
blow the
made him
mic.
sneeze.
That was a misclick, right? You gotta reroll it.
You can hear him begin to cry. What was that?
Bro, I want to just fucking. I'm gonna turn your protons into neutrons.
As this is happening, Agathar is just scraping every bit of memory he has of everything that Sorfang has told him, and I mean, he's a wizard. He's trying to connect. He's now, as Raymier's sort of in this vulnerable state, maybe not really paying attention to him. He's just scratching every ounce of his brain to try to make sure that he isn't going crazy. Like, did he miss something? Is there pieces of information or anything that she hid from him, or things that he saw differently, or maybe an emotion that he felt wasn't real that she shared. He's just scratching every ounce of his brain right now because he's getting a little. He doesn't really know what's real right now.
What is real, at the very least, is this man is... He goes from soft crying to open weeping. Even as he just squeezes you tighter and tighter. Just completely overwhelmed with emotion. Roll me a 1d4, Agathar.
Fucking great. 2.
Unless you try and wiggle free earlier, he cries his heart out for about 2 hours before falling asleep with you in his arms. Curled up around you like... You know how cats roll up into balls? That's
Yeah.
him right now, but you're in the middle of that.
Fucking awesome.
But as he kind of... As you note, like, the slow rise and fall of his chest, the serenity on his face that comes with sleep, you hear kind of like a whisper in your ear. Wow, that was pretty gnarly, and like, what even was that?
I don't. He's gonna try his very damnedest to try to wiggle out of his grasp.
You're a kobold. You have sleight of hand and oh, your reliable talent wore off.
Oh, that's awfully convenient, Shad.
I said it was for a couple hours. I'm sorry.
That's true. It did say a couple of hours.
And the Raymier was literally there crying for a couple of
Yeah,
hours.
a couple of hours. Awfully convenient, Shad.
Hey, you rolled the 2. You rolled the 2, okay?
Oh, yeah, what, I'm supposed to roll a 1 on a d4?
You know what? Give me a higher low.
Whoa!
Low?
At
Are
least he
you
didn't
sure?
make you roll a d20 for that.
Is that your final
alright.
answer?
That's my final answer.
Low is your final answer, okay.
It's gonna be fucking high now, what? I fucking knew it!
Yes. Your reliable talent has worn off.
Hurtful but fair.
And I will say, you do get a perception check in the middle of all the crying.
Mm-hmm. Cool. 21.
You hear, like, the doorknob rattle at one point before a very confused voice goes, "Oh, I guess he's occupied." Just pitter-patters off.
Yeah.
I was hoping to get a little bit of that Raymier.
Yeah, Ramusi.
Raymusi.
Also, my borrowed knowledge is gone too, so I'm no longer proficient in investigation. Alright. That was a fucking waste. Alright.
But he is asleep.
Cool.
I will give you a stealth to wiggle free.
That means my proficiency in stealth is gone too, isn't it?
That remains.
Thank God. Okay. Oh, thank God.
All right. 25, easily able to just kind of like wiggle free. And I would imagine at this point in time you kind of go to collect the swords, right?
Yeah.
All right. Easily
I think
you produce
he
the
looks
key.
he looks at Raymier and just kind of studies him a little bit and then just kind of just shakes his head
and he's just to himself, just what the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? And he collects Migi and Hidari carefully.
All right, you crack open this this case. You open it up. You remove both of the girls from within. You tuck them in your bag of holding.
Do I feel anything when I touch them? Do I sense that they reach out to me or anything?
You get the sensation as you kind of like pick them up and return them. There's this sense of relief, but they are currently busy.
Okay.
Writing your fan fiction.
Yeah.
As you kind of like put them into your bag of holding.
Of yours, their fan fiction of you and Raymier.
As you kind of like put them into the bag of holding, and you kind of like notice that the van brace on your arm is now up on your shoulder. Hence why she was able to whisper into your ear.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he will gently close the... he will close the thing...
The case.
The case, yeah, and then he'll set the key back on that counter. And he just goes to walk out, but then he just stops. And then just kind of looks back at him. And he pulls out... Oh boy.
Gonna leave a note.
I think he's going to leave a note.
Ooh.
It will... He will carefully write a note. That just says... I believe you. But I need my own answers. I am very sorry for everything. And no initials, no anything. As he's gonna scan the area around one more time, and is maybe to see if there's any sort of maybe storage compartment for Belle's head.
There is. There seems to be a small, like, little treasure box over to the left.
Trapped or anything?
It has a keyhole that you can just kind of like insert the same key for the.
Okay.
Yeah, you crack it open, and there within lies Belle's head.
He's just gonna take Belle's head. But her whole thing is in there.
Yep. It is her head and all the bones.
He'll... God, how noisy is it going to be to collect these bones?
You can collect them one by one. It will be quiet.
Okay, I'm going to do that.
Alright, it just takes a little bit more time, but, you know, he's asleep.
Yeah, he's passed out. And when he's done collecting Belle, I think
About midway through the collection, you hear Raymier sleep talk a little bit. Just slowly clutching himself further in that ball. Whimpering. Agarius, please don't leave me.
He'll... His head snaps a little bit because he just happens to share his name. And then his head shakes a little bit and continues to collect Bell. Yeah, he's just gonna finish collecting Bell.
All right. Where do you want to put that note?
I want to put it on next to the cases, but I don't think I'm gonna add one more thing to it. I know, and this is adding on to the note. I know loss is maddening. But don't let 2 people die that day. And then that's it. And then he's gonna look back at Raymier, just full of confusion, with thousands of more questions than answers. And so many things he doesn't know, that now he's getting more desperate for answers. And he carefully steps out.
All right. You step out of the room and you peek left, peek right, and there's no one there. You close the door and you hear Amalia whispering into your ear, "Wow, I didn't think you were ever gonna leave there. You would like get food now? 'Cause I'm like starving. And like your paint and his tears can only get me like so far, but like I'm really hungry now."
Amalia, I don't know if I can get out.
Well, of course you can. I'm like up here and you're like down there.
I know, but my ability of being sneaky is significantly diminished.
Oh, you don't need to worry about that. Can I eat the rest of your paint?
Once we meet back up, sure.
No. Like, can I like eat the rest of your paint right now? 'Cause I can help.
Fine.
Just
What's
look at
one
this.
more bad
Just
decision?
look at this. And you see the golden paint along your arm ripple into cream-colored wall, red carpet, and then back to golden paint.
Sure, what's one more?
Yay! You then feel the slime begin to rapidly expand until it completely coats your entire body. You are still golden, for all intents and purposes, but now you have advantage on stealth checks. You have what's effectively a suit
Active
of
camouflage.
active camouflage, literally.
Okay, then he will.
Let's go get that food now. That paint tasted like sweaty kobold.
Yeah, well, I am a cacophony of emotions right now.
Are you
And
okay,
he will-
buddy?
No, I'm not.
Do you want to stay and talk to that cat guy?
No. Because
Okay.
he hates my guts.
What? What? How could he hate you? You're like a little guy.
Because you remember them talking about that little runt? As he's starting to make his way to like the staircase to get to the
Yeah.
kitchen area. I am that little runt.
Oh. Wait a minute. You're like his son?
No,
Oh. Okay.
no, I'm his wife's boyfriend. Well,
Oh.
yeah, look,
That's what the master would call tea.
that's cool. Look, I don't want to talk about this right now. I just want to get your food and get out.
Oh, okay, buddy. I'm giving you a hug real tight right now, and you feel the skin suit kind of like cinch tightly around your body, just like.
Yeah. Okay, a little less tight. A little less tight.
Oh yeah, sorry. And then relaxes.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, Amalia.
Well, it's what friends do. We're supposed to stick out for one another, you know?
Yeah. We are. Now let's go get you that food.
Okay.
Because I really want to get to my family right now.
Yes, sir.
Thank
Roll
you,
a stealth
roll.
with advantage.
Self advantage. Here we go. 19.
19? Yeah, more than enough. You easily creep through the next few levels until you get to what is the mess hall. And although there are people inside of the mess hall, you're able to just kind of like casually walk by a couple empty or vacant areas that have like some half-eaten food on it. Like there is like, imagine Hogwarts, but like during the dinners. That's what this mess hall looks like. There's just food as far as the eye can see, more than what any one person could eat or any group of people could eat. It's just all there. And you see people just walking by, picking at a couple things and then leaving, and then just the rest of it just kind of like stays there. But I have a question. How much do you feed Amalia?
I try to feed her as much as I can, but I emphasize no people.
Okay.
It's like, how much do you feed her? Yes.
Okay.
As I know she's a bit of a bottomless appetite, but I want to give her at least a healthy amount.
Roll me another stealth check. Flat.
Okay. Flat. Here we go.
It's flat because shit is disappearing in your way.
Yeah. Oh, it almost rolled on a 2.
26. You are able to like, you walk by a table and you just hear just slurping noises as like little pseudopods just lash out and just grab a bunch of shit and just start shoveling into your back. You feel it press against you for about a few seconds or like a minute at most, for like in like the case of like this big ass turkey that's like the size of you, before it just before you hear a like a faint hissing sound as it just kind of like dissolves away in seconds. And it's one of those things where it's like this same slime is touching your body as is touching all this food, and the food is going bye-bye, but your skin is not. So it's just a testament to how much control she has over this slime and its potency. But
It's very impressive.
But the more she eats, the more you feel that little skin suit begin to grow around you and bulge outwards as it kind of like gets more mass to it. And you feel that you begin to increase in height because of just how much there is. After you were able to clear out a full table of food, and I mean like a full 15-foot table of food is just gone entirely. You are about 5'6" instead of your normal like 1'8" height, and you are just ye old dragonborn now.
I'm inside of Amalia like a Titanfall suit.
Yes, exactly. You are now a golden dragonborn with a long flowing robe and a couple belts. You look like a nobleman. And your bag of holding has kind of like been absorbed into the outfit and kind of like pushed out to the side. But yes, you are in basically a like a Titanfall suit of Amalia.
Yeah. I just said, well, I was thinking of asking Mel to change me to a dragonborn, but I guess this is close enough.
You
done?
I could always go for seconds.
Amalia, I think that was enough. I really want to get out of here.
Oh, okay. All right then, friendo. Let's get going. And your body begins moving on its own.
Okay, I don't like this.
Well, hey, don't worry about it, little buddy. On the bright side, no one can tell you're inside me.
That's fair. I guess he's along for the ride.
Yeah, your dragonborn self gives a couple waves to people and like some finger crossbows, just like, hey, look at you.
hey, I was like, hey, we look like a noble. Let's look nobly.
Oh yeah, we're nobles. you see the body just kind of like stiffen up and go, yes, I am a noble, and just toot. She walks you all the way back up to the rooftop section, and she kind of like just like pushes a hand up. You feel that there's give to it, and she's like, oh, I don't have the strength to push it up. And then it opens up from above, and her original self is there and smiling down with Smudge still in her belly. Food! And you are unceremoniously deposited onto the ground, onto the stairs, just kind of like, as just kind of like the slime, your slimy dragonborn body just recoalesces with the original.
Hey, look, Renzo.
And she gets a Luffy style belly.
Oh my god.
Yep, definitely Renzo.
And I climb back up and I close.
Gosh, all of you.
I climb up the staircase and I close the door behind me. It's like, okay, are you happy now?
She yawns, stretches her big arms and her little arms at the same time before she reaches into her belly and pulls Smudge out. Just kind of like pop. Here's your cat back. I liked petting him.
I'm sure he liked it too. And I kind of look at Smudge like, nod and wave, boys, smile and wave.
Smudge is like, I feel like they have like a mile-long stare, then they get like expelled, and then they blink and they're back. Like you get the sensation they kind of like get disassociated.
He kind of has Smudge up under his arm.
I have seen vistas of emptiness, and I don't know what to make of them.
I'll be a good boy. I promise. Don't put me back in that slime woman.
Don't put me back in, please.
I'll be a good boy.
This is only the third time this has happened, and it's still amazing every time.
I have been in the hells for over 1,000 years. Do not put me back in there.
Amalia's like, oh my gosh, your kitty talks. That's cute.
Yeah, that's cute.
I'm sleepy. I'm gonna go take a nap now.
Yeah, take a nap, Amalia.
Agathar, puppy. You're super
How'd
cool.
you know my name? I never told you my name.
Oh, sorry. Never mind. Oh, what name did you give her?
Raphael. I think I gave her.
Raphael, buddy. You're super cool. Oh wait, is your name Abigail or Raphael?
Well, I used Abigail once before, but you just call me Aggie.
Ooh, a new name. I'll try and remember this one.
Okay. If you don't, that's okay. And you can use whatever name you want. Okay.
Okay, Aggie.
In fact, if you're around Raymier, In fact, if you're around Raymier, you could just forget about it permanently.
Yeah. Actually, could you use this entire box on me?
She then holds out her arms. Can I give you a sleepy bye-bye hug?
Okay, sleepy bye-bye hug.
Yay! Sleepy bye-bye hug. She kind of like, her large hands come out and just kind of like clap around you, lift you up and just squeeze you between them before she presses you against her belly. And her other arms and her small arms come up and wrap around you as well, and she gives you a double hug before kind of like depositing you onto the ground.
Yeah. If Agathar wasn't currently going through an existential crisis, he would be really stoked.
Alright, bye-bye.
Bye.
And then you see her immediately just kind of like one frame Family Guy flop and just start snoring.
You and Belle would get along. And he climbs back up and goes out to the balcony.
Alright, out at the balcony.
And he goes to the edge and he just kind of looks around and kind of looks at the howling wind that's associated with being so high. And he came into this mission so confident, like a chance to finally get a win, and he's left so confused and he is frustrated, and the truth is so hard to get right now. And I think he just screams. He just like lets out this just frustrated, pained just scream into this wind. And then just flexes all of his muscles just to try to get some of this frustration and confusion out of his body. And then after he's just done screaming into the wind, he just looks down. Actually, hold on. Okay. He looks down and just sighs, and then just jumps down. He just dives down, and then he'll nosedive for a little bit, and then at a decent altitude, he'll deploy the gliders, and then he'll just glide into I think what part of the city they were on?
I was about to get to that. Your throat raw, tears down your face, your skin completely devoid of the paint that was once on it, and just feeling this raw emotional state. You leap off, and the wind is cooling. The fall is something you're used to. And then as you flip open your wings and begin to glide down, roll me a perception check with advantage.
Oh, thank God, 21.
With a 21, you spot on the roof of a building more towards the outskirts of the inner city, a small little mirror with a light in front of it, kind of like reflecting.
Okay. I nosedive just to get some speed, and then at a decent, he'll nosedive to get down fast, and then he'll glide and then kind of start circling a little bit.
All right.
But he's kind of angling more down just to try to get there fast.
Yeah.
So what happened in there?
You're able to get there. You're able to get there fairly fast, and as you land, that Eric Cochran man from before just gives you a small nod. I was worried you weren't going to come back.
Things came up, and he produces the photograph of the device.
Mission accomplished. Thank you. He plucks the photo from your hand and pockets the mirror in the light. Follow me. I'll get you back to your compatriots.
Be careful of the slime girl that's also in there.
Yeah, I will say, speaking of development, I've learned some pretty interesting things, but I'd be happy to exchange information because I have some questions of my own.
Well, I suppose I'd be willing to do so. Next session.
Yep.
Ah, yes. And so we bring our lovely session to a close. Did you guys have fun?
I hate you.
Emotional damage.
You know
Want some
what's
therapy?
You know what the sad thing is, Agathar?
I think I am gonna schedule a therapy session after this.
You know what the sad thing is, Agathar? You know what you could have done?
What?
You could have stayed the night.
I could have.
Yeah. Stuff would have
however,
happened.
Stuff would have happened.
Could be good, could be bad. Who knows?
Yeah, well, Agathar sort of sealed his fate by leaving. So you know what?
I mean, hey, you
Let's-
can reclimb
well-
that tower.
Well,
No.
here's the thing, right? Well, here's the thing. You couldn't have stayed there all night with him because you had a hungry slime girl attached to your arm that was
He
eating
would
your
have
paint.
eaten me. So
She wasn't gonna
I
eat
actually-
you.
I was not gonna get eaten by the slime thing on my arm and then my body. So yeah,
You should have made the slime eat Raymier.
he's not made of meat.
He's made of sand.
He's made of
But
sand.
She's also a slime.
I don't know.
which
I
that
don't know.
doesn't
She ate
technically-
paint.
That's fair. But you know, he would feel that, and then that would go bad. But yeah, cool.
How about the
Awesome.
rest of you guys? Did
He
you enjoy
tastes
the
like
session?
sadness.
You know what? I didn't know what depression tasted like until I started chewing on this guy.
And we actually learned a little bit about Percy past.
Yay!
And
Hey.
Francois probably now knows that Soren
Agathar
has a
was-
thing.
And Agathar wasn't there
Yeah,
for
she was
any
drunk.
of it.
It's okay. Agathar was getting a different sort of emotional damage.
Yeah, Agathar. Yeah. Yep.
On the bright side, from all of us to all of you, we thank you for joining our session. Remember to like, subscribe, comment, and all that other good jazz if you like seeing what we doing. Streaming should hopefully be back up in another few sessions' time, whenever I get away. from the
Assuming
computer again.
Shad's internet will work.
Yeah, I know, right? And aside from that, check the link in the description for the Discord if you want to chat with us and our players and yell at me for being a sadistic POS.
Why can't things just be black and gray, black and white?
I'm tired of
Black
all
and
these
gray.
shades of gray. Agathar, say goodbye to the people.
Go to hell.
He's saying that to me, not the lovely viewers.
Not the fans. The fans are fine. I'm telling you to go to hell.
Percival, say goodbye to the people.
Goodbye, people.
Francois, say goodbye to the people.
Goodbye.
Soren, say goodbye to the people.
Why am I sure I didn't have to elaborate on what I said?
And Vaelyn, say goodbye to the people.
Goodbye, everyone.
All right. And from all of us to all of you, have a wonderful day and stay awesome. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.